And welcome out to the old ball game. Dave Bowman and Joe Kirkendall here from Eagle Field in Harrisonburg, Virginia. The Waynesboro Generals are in town, and Waynesboro, Joe, was the early season story. They got off like a house of fire, 12-1. They've kind of played a little bit 500 ball, maybe a little bit under that since then. They come in 18-13. But the last 4 or 5 ball games, they've started to pick it up again, and the Turks have been the struggling team. We had our big comeback the other night, a 7-6 comeback after a 6-0 start. But without that, the Turks would be on a 5-game downer. How about that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams in this league have just been streaking both on the win side and losses side. But we'll see if the Turks can kind of get back on. The offense has struggled a bit lately. In general, if you bring in one of the top pitching stats in the league. So I think the key tonight will be get the offense going, getting behind, doing no free.
Yeah, Waynesboro and Harrisonburg have had some tight games all year, so we expect to see that again. And Boone Oakbury has pitched pretty well of late. Really, his last couple starts have been his best. So Turks 4-2 losers in the first game of a scheduled doubleheader yesterday, but Mother Nature put the kibosh on the second game. And actually, Tanner Shelton got the start for the Turks, and he did a real nice job. Ben Parr was on the mound for the Turks, and that was his best start of the year in a loss.
Yeah, I mean, they started out well. I think they went up 1-0 early, and looked good. Of course, a shortened game because the scheduled doubleheader was 7 innings, and a few runs late for the Express, and it put the Turks in. So, of course, Saturday night got rained out, too, so they're still trying to weather the elements. And we talked about earlier, the Valley League issued a statement today that they're extending the regular season by a day if need be because of all the rain out. So they might even get some more rain tonight. Who knows?
Well, you got to figure with 14 playing days left between now and the end of the season, everything is going to certainly get tightened up. If you look at the schedule, most of the Mondays are filled already. And in an 11-team league, we've always got our team off. You might say, okay, where this team is off, and it's just very hard to match teams up again to fill the holes in their schedule created by the weather when 11 is the number. It definitely is. But toward the end of the season, teams through the years have gotten extremely creative, playing 2 games in one day against 2 different opponents. Up and down 81, you might say, all right, well, let's play a noon or 1 o'clock game in Newmarket, and then we'll head further north and play at Winchester in the regularly scheduled game and get that taken care of. I think that those solutions aren't always going to give you the kind of attendance that you want to get, but you're still going to get the innings and the at-bats for the players, which when summer ball is all said and done, that's really what they want.
And of course, 44 games, it's a good number for the guys, and you mentioned to me, Helgi, I mean, they just get these games in, but also, Commissioner Lemish did say, too, that he understands it's very unlikely that every team will get all 44 games in, but just getting those at-bats and getting arms, and, of course, this Church added one new player today because he played in the Myrtle Beach League, Matt Weiss told me, and their season's already over, so he's just trying to get more at-bats and chances in the field as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to dig in on Logan Jones, the new player in the infield. He's from Guilford. And I think we'll get a look at him. But we certainly, with Stephen McLean banged up, certainly want to see what Jones can do because he's going right into the lineup and batting ninth. So, yeah, welcome to town. You're in there.
McLean's out of the lineup again tonight. It's Will Smith, who led off last night, back at the top of the order tonight. It's a different look lineup tonight, too. A lot of names that aren't in the everyday lineup and who are batting where they normally don't bat as well. So.
Yeah, I think that this is do what you got to do time, and when you've got 2 players up the middle of the diamond that are dinged up, that's always not a good thing because with McLean and Spitz, those are your range guys. They really are. One that goes and gets it everywhere in the outfield, and the other that just smothers things in the infield. So it's a big loss. But the versatility of Thomas Smith plays dividends. He's not going to get to as many balls, but from a major league comparison standpoint, Thomas Smith kind of reminds me of a J.J. Hardy for the Orioles. He's just a sure-handed guy, and he's going to get to what he gets to, but when he gets his hands on it, he's going to get an out somewhere.
And I also feel like at the plate, too, he's kind of, again, like a J.J. Hardy, he quietly does well. He's not the superstar getting these big RBIs and big home runs, but you won't realize it when you look at the in the game box score and you go 2 for 5 or 1 for 4. He just kind of grinds in there and gets on base as well. So
yeah,
and that's the type of league out there you want to. Of course, Fitch has done a good job. He had that one game where he reached 5 to 7 times, like 4 walks. So hopefully Smith can replicate that now that he's leading off. So.
Yeah, and Thomas is just rocketed all the way up to 318.
Yeah.
I mean, he was down 270 just a few days ago. That's a product of not a huge amount of at-bats. He can make big moves like that. But, he's really locked in here. That's definitely kind of what we expected of him. I still would expect Eric Kelfleisch to warm it up, too, and get himself at 300 or higher along the way. And teams continue to have to pitch to Matt Rose, and that's what you want to see. Daniel Nichols is in the 3 spot tonight, and hopefully he can begin to provide some of that pop in there. We really missed him when he had his leg injury.
Definitely.
So Boone Mokri against Jordan Harmon tonight. Let's take a look at our overall standings before we move on any further. Front Royal atop the Valley League, 22-10. Kirksford in second place, 2.5 games back at 18-11. Stanton is 17-12, as is the Charlestown Cannons. Waynesboro is at 18-13. So basically, you've got anywhere from second, third, fourth, and fifth are all within a game of each other. So now we're going to start to see all kinds of flip-flopping going on there.
There's the Fires now on there too, which is a few points of winning percentage separating the teams there.
Yeah, Strasburg is in 6th place, but they're the hottest team, one of the hotter teams over the last 10. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Just a game number 500. Aldi continues their up and down season, 14-16. Covington will be in here tomorrow for a doubleheader. They're 12-16. Actually, the Church played Covington in a doubleheader earlier and swept it down there at Casey Field. 2 very close ball games. Woodstock is starting to get up off the schneid a little bit, score a few runs. They're at 11-19 and really come up off the mat all the way into 8th place. Winchester is at 11-20, 2-8 in their last 10, as have been the Newmarket Rebels, also 2-8, 9-19. So it looks like you've got some of these teams are really starting to struggle and get into those danger spots. You always want to get the playoffs. You got to get either 1 or 2 home playoff games in the first round that you need to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fun race for 8th place too to get those last team in. I mean, 8 through 12 right now are separated by 3 games, so that's right down the stretch. It's not necessarily just a race for first and second place. It's going to be a race just to get into the playoffs in that respect.
Well, last year the Generals were the team that was struggling like crazy to make it in at the very end. They got back to 500, 22-22. After being 14-20 at one point, so they really got hot down the stretch. And it turns out that it was that momentum that got them into the playoffs. They carried through the playoffs, and 500 team ran all the way to the Valley League Championship. So you can catch fire late, but you need to make those playoffs. And Waynesboro was within the game here and a game there of not making it at all. So we're going to have maybe a chance of some weather later on. The radar looks pretty good, but we had the kind of day where things are sort of popping up right over top of us as opposed to a storm front. So hopefully we won't have too much in the way of the Thor lightning detection delays or rain. But it looks pretty good right now.
And this afternoon, I wasn't expecting us. I didn't expect us to play on the Friday around a lot of rain.
Looking
we had
nice.
a nice bad storm this afternoon. Of course, at every next field, so 4 went off twice. Talking to our facility guy, Ben, though, he says might be some rain later, but he said it doesn't look like there should be any lightning along with it. But it's pretty unpredictable, too.
So the Major League Home Run Hitting Contest is tonight. They're going to have to do some big things to top our All-Star Game Home Run Hitting Contest. There's nothing but fireworks here. But, something about the major leaguers, though, there's no ballpark that can contain them. These guys can hit some colossal home runs. And I wouldn't be surprised, I don't want to roll a conspiracy theory snowball down the hill. I wouldn't be surprised if they've got a little bit of special equipment. I mean, nothing's worse than a clunky home run hitting contest. And I'm sure that those balls, instead of going in a humidifier, they might go into a little tumbler, get a little dry, a little hard.
Cork bats, maybe they hired Sammy Sosa.
Yeah, Sammy Sosa is a consultant, of course. But one of the funny things about Sammy Sosa to me, Joe, was when they had the PED hearings and all that, Sammy suddenly lost the ability to speak English.
Yeah.
That was entertaining to say the least. It was like, okay, this is where we are. Really, as sad as can be. He could definitely speak enough English to play in Chicago and Texas and Baltimore. And I've seen enough interviews, and suddenly he was Mr. No Habla.
I always thought, too, after he did that cork bat, ESPN, I don't remember, did this big special. It was right after he hit, he hit over 500 home runs, right?
Yes.
And they had some guy had his 498 home run bat or whatever, and they did this whole ESPN special where they cut open the bat to see if cork was in there, and it wasn't cork, and they just wasted his 498 home run bat just to do the ESPN bat special to see if there was cork in there.
Through the X-ray machine.
Don't make news out of anything. So.
Sure, absolutely. No, I think if people knew the extent of some of the chicanery, they would certainly lose some faith over that. But one of the things that I've always found funny was Bill Negro was a guy that was always accused of doctoring baseball and all that kind of stuff, and also Gaylord Perry is accused of always doctoring the ball. And I forget what pitcher it was. It was a pitcher that the home plate umpire was headed out to the mound because someone said they had seen something. He was going out there, and someone said, "Well, I saw something in his blood or whatever." So as the umpire's heading out there, the guy sort of spreads his arms out like, "Hey, look, what are you talking about? What are you looking at?" And out of one of his hands flips out like a little half emery board. Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen that video?
No, but I don't know if I told you, my great aunt is actually a neighbor of Gaylord Perry in North Carolina, so I've been over to his house a few times and spoken with him and read his book. And even now, he's so secret about it. His book is, have you ever read his book? It's an autobiography. It's a fun read because it plays mind games with you. He makes you think. He basically admits it all in the first chapter. And then the last sentence in the final book is, what if I just lied to you all right there?
Yeah. So
he had it down to a science. And even if he was doctoring baseball, the tactics he breaks down of how he knew how to deflect all the attention somewhere else so he could get rid of whatever that substance was. Part of it was just a mind game getting hit his head.
Well, a lot of guys have got they're in cahoots with either an infielder or the catcher or something. Mm-hmm. And one thing that umpires used to not pay attention to too much was the catchers used to have a pretty liberal ability to get balls in and out of the game. The catcher could show an umpire a cut ball and say they wanted to throw it out of the game. And you really couldn't prove how it was cut to get it out of the game. But it's all kinds of things.
It's fun, though. I mean, he's a real nice guy and good to talk to. I mean, like I said, and then after I read his book, I went over to his house and I was like, I read your book, and he's like, don't believe any of that crap that you just read. Total mind.
I think what Gaylord Perry understands is that there's a lot of money in the charade, a lot of money in the story of Gaylord Perry, and he's smart enough to understand that. Gaylord and Jim Perry are way up the list in terms of brother duos for wins and losses and all that. Jim Perry was a very good pitcher for the Minnesota Twins. And actually, I mentioned the Negros. You had Phil Negro and Phil Negro and Joe Negro, and then Ken Forsch and Bob Forsch. The pitching duo, so I can think of that.
Gaylord and Jim also. I don't believe Gaylord went to Campbell, but Jim went to Campbell. Maybe Gaylord started at Campbell University, but we've seen a few Campbell guys come out every year. Through the season, they take a lot of money back from their stadium things to Gaylord and Jim Perry Stadium.
Yeah, Gaylord was
they do a lot with
coach at Campbell.
Yeah, he was the coach. They do a lot with Campbell as well. And there's Dewey's Creek.
That's good over here. And actually, Catfish Hunter and Gaylord Perry, two of them from North Carolina. Top-notch pitchers that just dominated the 70s and 80s. I just don't think there's that much going on with guys doctoring the ball anymore.
I mean, there's cameras everywhere. I mean, Michael Pineda, of course, for the Yankees. I mean, it was all over his neck, stuff like that. But I don't know if it is the cameras. I don't know if people say Gaylord couldn't get away with what he does today.
Maybe he just likes a 4-inch block of contour on his neck. Maybe it's just how he likes it. You get a little bit of stickiness to it, just a little bit, the kind that doesn't leave a stain. I can see that would help somebody just go on their breaking pitches. Maybe so many times in high school, if you're starting a ball game, my high school coach had a mind game where he'd come to me in first period, and he'd hand me a brand new baseball, still with the wax paper around it, just came out of the box, and he would play the mind game and say, "Today is your day." And you carry it around all day. And it was something that with someone like me, it had mixed results. It just wasn't that good. But it was one of those things where sometimes the ball was so smooth, you want to get a little tackiness, and that's why you'll see guys rubbing sweat on the ball or whatever. Lots of little things about feel that led players to do some crazy things. So let's take a look at our starting lineups first for the visiting Waynesboro Generals.
Leading off for the Generals tonight and playing shortstop, Mike Marcinko. Batting second and playing second base, Travis Lorraine. Batting third and playing left field, Cole Ruger, who leads the Generals with a .356 batting average, which is also good enough for 7th in the Valley League. Hitting cleanup as a designated hitter is Michael McClellan. He's tied for third in the Valley League with 4 home runs on the season. Batting fifth and playing right field, Garrett Rossini. Batting sixth and playing first base, Colin Bennett. Batting seventh and catching, Kevin Krupp. Batting eighth and playing third base, Kyle Pitts. Pitts was 2 for 3 with 1 RBI in Waynesboro's game last night before we went over Newmarket down Casey Fields. And batting ninth and playing center field is Chase Hamilton. On the mound for the Generals tonight, Jordan Harmon, the pitcher out of Austin P. Like I said, the Generals have the second best pitching staff in terms of ERA in the Valley League at 3.39, and Harmon comes in with 3.33 ERA. This will be his 4th start in appearances, over 27 innings and 22 strikeouts.
Right-hander Jordan Harmon, the Generals are managed by B.J. King. Over the homestand, Harrison Road Church. Joe mentioned we got to look at the lineup. We've got a couple of guys dinged up. Thomas Smith will be at shortstop, leading in ball. Christopher Barr will be in center field. He was that second. Daniel Nichols will be at first base with that third. Matt Rose in his usual cleanup spot. And he will be the designated hitter. Eric Kelpulash also his regular spot left field with that. Then Luke Chakowski gets the start on right field. Brandon Gold will be over at third base. And then Mr. Matilda will be behind the plate. Mentioned his college teammate, Jim Murphy. Logan Jones, just new to the club, we know very little about. And we're going to tell you a little bit more about Logan Jones by the time he gets to the plate. He's batting ninth. Logan Jones, second baseman. For baseball here, Harrisonburg hosting the Waynesboro Generals, and it's getting overcast. I gave us 2 rosy predictions, so things can change quickly. Weather comes zipping through the Shenandoah Valley from time to time. Heavy rain this afternoon. Joe, I do see Stephen McLean down there walking around third base.
He's in uniform, yeah, which was not on Friday.
Yeah, I think it's important to give him the right amount of rest because you don't want to get him back early. And for a young player like McLean, he just had some times where he just hasn't looked as fluid as he would like to be. And you can tell, okay, he's hurt, and he's been hurt, and now it's starting really to affect, his athleticism. So he just need to stop the music. And the knee thing going on, ankle thing.
His frustrations are very present too, so a good mental break as well.
Boone Mokry, the big, tall right-hander, 6'6", 240 pounds from UT San Antonio, the Road Runner.
Once again, Sunday Matter for the person
They're trying to get back to some winning ways here.
It's a right-hander, Blue Pocket.
Doubleheader tomorrow with the Covington Lumberjacks. If you're able to come out, catch that early game, 6 o'clock, and doesn't look like the weather has to cooperate too much at all tomorrow. For the forecast anyway, but Turks will be home tonight, obviously tomorrow night, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. So this is the log jam week because we really had a pretty sparse June. Comes Mike Marcinko. Oakley kicks and deals. Strides on the inside corner. On the way with baseball at 7:31 here Eastern Standard Time. Marcinko from Shippensburg squares around a bunt, pulls it back, takes a ball, going outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Moker deals. Rushed him on the left arm, so Marcinko is hit by a pitch. And a running fastball, got a piece of the front arm. Just barely got him maybe a uniform muffler, that's about it there. From second baseman Travis Narain. He's from North Georgia.
Well, your directional Georgia schools, if you're a big fan of
Yes.
Georgia perimeter, Georgia whatever.
Perimeter, well, he's surround everybody. Squared around a bunt, took a ball inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Left-hand swinger is Travis Narain. .246 on the season for Travis.
Does have 4 sacrifice bunts, which is tied for the lead on the team.
Next pitch was way outside, nearly by Matulia. 2 balls and no strikes. Moker's had his best 2 starts of the season, his last 2 times out. So he's been wild here to start. Medium lead from Marcinko. He bluffs. There's a strike knee high on the inside corner. Narain flashed the bat head out there to punt again. Bring Rose in front of the third base bag. Always want to stay on the skin of the grass or the dirt of the infield. It's a synthetic field. We don't have grass or dirt. 2-1 pitch. Bunted right back to the mound. Mokry thinks about second, but he'll take the short out at first.
So, I thought about Mokry. I think he could have been close. He may have been able to get the out at second, but sure out first inning, concede the sac bunt.
A lot of teams playing small ball. There's not a lot of bopper teams. When you look at the Turks. The Turks usually don't play a lot of early inning small ball too much. Stanton very low. Stanton's a team still hitting over 300 on the team. And they've got boppers throughout that lineup. Goes Gruber down with a left-hand swinger. Fastball. Not sure if he's squared or just pulled the right hand off, the left hand off the bat. Pitches down and in for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. They have back-to-back sacrifices in the first inning. Boy, that's ultra small ball on turbo right there.
One time you might see that nowadays. The second one is the pitcher hitting or something like that naturally.
Fastball missed down, 2 balls, no strikes. I think the pitcher hitting needs to go the way of the covered wagon. Chopsticks. Needs to go away. It's more disruptive than it is anything else. And after all, this is entertaining. It's supposed to be. 2-0 slider in there for a strike. That's a dandy 2-0 pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. Marcinko at second for the Generals. Just underway here. Murphy comes set, and he deals the 2-1. Grounded out towards shortstop. 3 hops for Thomas Smith. Go to first. It's in time. The second out recorded as Marcinko scampers on over to third. 3-hop ground ball, plenty of room for Marcinko. Only time for Marcinko to move over to third. Now this gets back to the third piece of the puzzle. Pitching, defense, and timely hitting. Can you get the timely hit? Michael McClellan, a pretty good guy to have in there in this situation. So hopefully he can set it down and focus on it. Fastball hit hard to right field, very much playable. And Chikowski makes the squeeze. Just a one pitch to get McClellan. He hit it darn hard right at Chikowski in right field. Headed for the bottom of the first inning, Waynesboro is down to Harrison. That's supposed to be the night when we return.
No errors and 1 left on base. We're scoreless as we head into the bottom of the first. Ladies and gentlemen, starting battery from the Waynesboro behind the plates is Kevin Fox, 49 miles, Jordan Harmon.
I run first inning. Stop the order for the search. Thomas Smith, Christopher Barr, and Daniel Nichols. We got right-hand offerings of Jordan Harmon. 1-0 on the year, 3.33. Basketball in there for a strike. Right-hander from Austin Peay University. Hometown St. Louis, Missouri. Fantastic baseball town. 0-1 hit hard on the left field line. This is hooking, but going to stay fair and right into the corner up against the 330 sign. And Smith will start it out with a booming double into the left field corner. That's called surrounding one right there, Joe.
There you go. You talked about Smith needing to pick up leadoff production that Spitz normally provides, and that's a great way to do it. Leadoff double, not just leadoff hit, but gets himself in scoring position right away. He's going to base it now. Can sacrifice him up.
Spitz and Kelfleisch really got it going late last year. Both of them ended up 340 or higher. Here comes Christopher Barr now, and Smith at second. I don't think Barr's going to have one sign. Fastball way outside. 1 ball, no strikes. This is a good spot in the 2-hole to really be selective. Say, all right, let's see if this guy can throw enough strikes. Because if he doesn't, well, we're really going to blow an inning.
No matter what, Barr needs to pull the ball here, get it to the right side.
There he did. Grounded down to first. That'll get foul. You watched your hitting video. Situational Baseball by Joe Kirkendall. Anyone that watched my hitting video, I'm sorry. I just apologize up front for that.
You watched the pitching videos, right?
Yeah, I could do a pitching video. Not so much. Way outside. Both Mokry and Harmon, when they've missed so far, they haven't been kidding around. It's like pitch outs.
I was just about to say that looked exactly like a pitch out. I mean, just a straight fastball right to where the catcher normally would be on a pitch out.
2 balls and 1 strike. And that slides outside. Good action on the pitch, but really tail off the outside corner. 3 balls and 1 strike. To Christopher Barr. He worked himself a pretty good count. And he does pull it. Ground ball out to second base. picked up for the first was just in time. So you could definitely see that was the mission there. Worked the count. He got it to 2-0 and 3-1.
Now batting the first baseman, 23, Daniel Nichols.
So Smith at third now with just one out for Nichols. We didn't do our little tear up our name on the paper. We got to do that. Who's going to be our pick to click? That's for the state outside. Kind of, you folks can do it at home too. I mean, which of these Turks do you think is going to have a big night here tonight? We've been guessing. I guess Joe won the first one. I think we both lost the second one. Line drive base hit the center, and Nichols has got a run batted in single, and hopefully on top of nothing.
So Lending's been a little bit of situational hitting 101 there. Also, feel free to tweet us your pick too. I'm trying to get fans involved in the broadcast as well. Tweet us your pick. Let us know where you're listening from. Give us a shout out, whatever it may be. Tweet us using hashtag TurksNation, TurksNation. We'd love to hear from you.
Here comes Matt Rose now. Nichols is going to get in that 3 spot. Rose behind him. It's a nice little combination fastball foul straight back to the screen. You don't have to beg Rose to take his cuts.
Pretty good 3-4-5 setup here for the Turks too. If Nichols can get going well, and you got Rose and Cal Fleischer have done much of the production this year for the Turks.
And Chikowski's over 300 after them. This pitch is up high for a ball, 1 strike. Now, Cal Fleischer, you really got to like this matchup here for him. Jordan Harmon, Cal Fleischer, who's on deck. I think this is a very good matchup for him. Sliders, 1 on a miss. Great pitch by Harmon. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Rose will get pulled from time to time, but normally, early in the count, he's going to pick on that first good pitch that he likes and put a good swing on it. 1-2, hops straight back overhead. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Turks faced Harmon back on June 15th in the 7-6 Turks win. Maybe in the game of the Turks have 3 home runs actually.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch to Rose. Hopped up, middle of the infield, a mile high. Called for and caught right behind second base by Marcinko. That will bring up Eric Kelfleisch. 2 outs and a run in for the Turks. Infield and outfield both straight away against Kelfleisch. Hit hard in the right field for a base now. Hit hard enough that Nichols could just move up 90 feet and that's it. I think Kelfleisch against Jordan Harmon is batting practice.
Yeah.
I really think that. Just sees those righties, so if you're not a hard throwing righty, but you're still trying to throw that middle 80s fastball, he can hurt you. So two runners on now, a nice big at-bat for Luke Chikowski. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Nice little snap ball. Strike 1 with a breaking ball is always a nice confidence builder.
With that last hit by Cal Fleisch and 1 hit last night against Strasburg, Cal Fleisch extended his hitting streak to 13 games.
Fine. Pitch, another breaking ball in there for a strike. There's a little cut fastball, not as much a break there. 2 quality pitches, and he's got Chikowski in the 0-2 hole.
What we like to say, pitching them backwards.
And when you've got pitches you can throw for strikes, and it's not always a fastball for strike 1, that's a weapon. That's the way in here. 0-2 foul straight back to the screen.
Air conditioning units leaking all over me.
Yes, it is.
No rain outside, folks, not to confuse you.
Yeah, it may not be from the condenser. It might be water on the roof. The ball's in 2 strikes to Chikowski. Joe's taking evasive action. 0-2 slider, stayed outside, checked his swing, and just in time. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1-0 Turks, bottom of first. 2 runners on for Harrisonburg. Not a lot of speed in this duo. Nichols and Kell play, so if Tchaikovsky could find a gap out there, maybe he's going to score a run or two. 1-2 pitch. Just got a piece of it, nearly hit that out of the catcher's glove there, as late as that swing was, and nearly in Krupp's glove. But a nice job by Tchaikovsky, because he's still standing there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. On the deals, chop foul, third base side. So Tchaikovsky's making him show everything. That's the good news. Tchaikovsky at 327 on the season. 9 runs batted in. 1-2 pitch again. Swung on, foul, tipped into the glove. So Harmon ultimately gets Tchaikovsky. A couple of runners left on for Harrisonburg. But the 1 run pushed across on the RBI single on Daniel Nichols. Smith went off with a double. The top of 2. Brooks on top of 1-0 over Waynesboro.
Ladies and gentlemen, every baseball league, the most good sportsmanship.
Lisa McLean tweeted in. We're going to shout out when we get back. Stevenson.
Supporting participants and officials in a positive way. Profanity, racial or sexist comments, or other intimidating actions directed at officials, participants, coaches, or even team representatives will not be tolerated. And any grounds for removal from the ballpark.
You can at least see their numbers on this digital camo. Top of the second inning here at Rossini will lead it off. First pitch, 1 hops, Matulia. 1 ball, no strikes. Going to be Rossini, Colin Bennett, and Kevin Krupp.
Lisa McLean, Steven's mom, listening in from Los Altos, California. Thanks for listening in, Lisa. Always good to have the parents listen in.
Swung on and missed on a good fastball, and when your kid is dinged up a little bit, you're always worried about him. I think that Kirk did a good job precautionary wise, trying to get Steven good and healthy, so he can come back and play the rest of the year. They ran out to the shortstop. Thomas Smith's got it. Go to first in time for out number 1. Good pitch by Murphy. A little late bend to it. Round ball creator of a pitch there. And one of the images I'll always remember is that David Perkins from Duke University, he got injured late in the 2012 championship season. And crutches and all, he was out there on the dog pile. And it was all said and done. Slider swung on and missed by Colin Bennett. I asked him about that later. I said, weren't you worried about getting hurt in the dog pile? And he's like, I worried about that. So I need to be on that dog pile. We're going grounded out towards second base. 2 big hops for the first in time. First play in the field for Logan Jones. Jones we're at number 1. Here's Kevin Krupp now, left-hand swinging catcher. He too is from North Georgia. Rounded right back up the middle and through there to center field. Smith gave it a game attempt on a dive. Right over Mercury and right over the bag at second. Smith hasn't played shortstop in quite a while, and he showed some pretty good range on that.
Now batting third base, number 31, Kyle Pitts.
So 2 outs and 1 on. Here comes Kyle Pitts, general third baseman. Slider swung on and missed.
Hit 400, over 400 in all 4 of his high school seasons. Pitts did, down in Coral Springs, Florida.
Swung on and missed with the second offer. No balls, 2 strikes. Stocky little guy, 5'9", 185. Now, one thing is definitely certain. When you look at the Valley League profile, I don't think his birthday is December 31st, 1969. Out off the right side. If it is, then more power to him. He looks fantastic. He's 45 years old and being in the Valley League. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's working on his master's degree and he's got eligibility left. Who knows? 0-2 slider popped foul. Back on the right side. Yes, I like a nice typo from now on. It's probably 1990.
89.
80. No.
It would be 90?
Yeah.
But I was
89, we still put him at about 25, which is doesn't have to be either. 0-2 fastball, low for a ball, juggled by Maturia, and Sloan sliding into second. Very hard once again.
April 10th, 1993. So completely wrong on his birthday, not even December 31st.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Maybe, who knows whose birthday that is? I don't know. He wears number 31, not December 31. The runner at second base, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Hits. Mercury deals. Outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mercury and Zimba, 2 big tall Turks this summer. Mercury at 6'6" and Zimba at 6'10". Definitely throwing downhill. 2-2 pitch. Grounded right back up the middle. Smith makes a dive, gets up with it quickly, and it'll be no play. Coming hold on the play and scoring from second base. Heads up is Kevin Krupp. Never stopped at third. Smith came up with the ball, and Nichols had already left first base like there wasn't going to be a play. But Smith was kind of in almost shallow center field, and Krupp figured, I'm going to gamble, I'm going to try it. Smith's throw came to the plate late, and Krupp pretty much stole the run there. Heads up play.
Kind of confusing play right off the bat. I thought that was up the middle, but then I was like, Smith did a good job to at least keep it on the infield, prevent the run. But then Nichols wasn't covering first, and Smith was looking that way, so a lot of confusion there. Nichols maybe thought the same thing I did up here, that it was headed for center.
Pitch to Chase Hamilton's fouled off third base side. No balls and 1 strike. Good heads-up play by Krupp. It's a catcher that can run a little bit. He's willing to take a chance. And if you get thrown down at home for the last out there, you don't really look too smart. But he did the right thing. There goes the runner, pop foul, third base side again, no balls and 2 strikes. Pitts was running on the play from first.
Better up 2, let's go.
No balls and 2 strikes to Chase Hamilton. Mercury deals. Fly ball out toward right field. Chakowski broke back, and now he comes back in and makes the catch. So the Generals with some risky base running put a run on the board to tie things up. And at the bottom of the second inning, 1-1 ball game. Harrisonburg hosting the Waynesboro.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take out your tickets.
They didn't give him an RBI there. I don't know if he didn't get an RBI.
Well, that was rough.
He was running the whole way, though.
Oh, what Nichols is thinking.
Well, I think he was coming to cut off.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But you can't assume.
And you'll have a little bit of time.
I think Smith was throwing him out.
Oh, heck yeah. I'll make Coach Weiss is happy about that, too. He jumped up pretty big, too. No grease and pretty upset by it, too.
Please come to the press box and get your free Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. Be a cool treat to eat this summer, ladies and gentlemen. Feed your craving with Waynesboro and shake from Chick-fil-A. It's delicious. Shakes won't last long as it's turkey season, so make sure you check out your local Chick-fil-A and Spanish shakes before they're gone.
Actually, Gold is the DH and Rose is the third. I don't know what that's all about.
I meant to say that to you, but it was tricky, so it's kind of confusing.
Brandon Gold will lead things off. First pitch is a breaking ball. Swung on and missed. Balls in one strike. Gold is the DH. Rose is the third. Opposite. First pitch misses outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Nice pitch. 1-2. Strike 3 call on the outside. That'll establish where the outside is.
Morning, good afternoon, good night.
That's it. Here comes Matulia. 1 up, 1 down. Bottom of the second, 1-1 ball game. 2 hits for Waynesboro, 3 for the Turks. Fastball low for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes. Hit high toward right center, pretty deep as well. Got a lot of carry to it. And high off the wall, Matulia nearly hit it out of here. Got a booming double instead. And while the flagpole is limp right now, about 100 or so feet up above, that seemed to catch a little jet stream to right. And if we went for the 16-foot high wall and lead right center, he's going to be making 3 lefts with a big smile.
Step on going.
He crushed that. Three, big booming double. So he's in scoring position with 1 out. And first at bat for Logan Jones. First pitch is high to Logan. Gives a little 4-1-1 on the Guilford Quaker.
Logan Jones, as you just said, plays for Guilford. Familiar with the area, of course. Guilford plays in the ODAC, same as Eastern Mennonite and Bridgewater. Rising sophomore.
Fastball a little bit low. 2 balls and no strikes.
Rising sophomore from Zebulon, North Carolina, part of the Triangle out there in Raleigh-Durham area. It's actually home to the Carolina Mudcats for those minor league baseball fans. Appeared in 14 games this season for Guilford. Started 7 of them at third base.
2-0 pitch. Ball outside.
At 286, 4 runs scored, 2 doubles, and 5 RBIs. And his best game was he went 4 for 6 against Greensboro College with 2 runs scored, 2 doubles, and 4 RBIs on March 27th.
3 balls and no strikes. Squares around, takes a strike down the middle, and sometimes he'll square around just to provide that one more layer of distraction for Jordan Harmon. 3 balls and 1 strike. I don't think the Turks have had a single Division III player in the entire time I've been here. Slider in there for strike 2. Three balls and 2 strikes to Logan Jones. Harmon deals. Hopped up, straight up. And called for late and caught. And the home plate umpire has called interference on Logan Jones. It seemed to be 15 or 20 feet past, and the players converged on the ball. And it was a late call by the general first baseman, Colin Bennett. And that forced Cluck to move away from the pop-up. And it dropped between them because of the miscommunication. Jones had already cleared those couple of players by at least a stride or two, and the umpire called Jones.
It was weird because he waited to call interference until after the play had already finished, and that is interference, is defensive interference. Is it a dead ball?
So yes, it's supposed to.
So why didn't he call it earlier? He kind of waited until he saw that it dropped, and then was like,
he waited until the catcher, Krupp, I believe it was, complained to it.
And it was the first baseman who interfered with, and initially it looked like the pitcher or catcher were getting on, even first baseman. I'm like,
well, Jones never left the baseline, and the ball was fouled by 7 or 8 feet. That's out number 2. And here's Thomas Smith. Tulia at second. Pitches way outside for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes.
That being said, the rule is the offensive player does have to get out of the defensive player's way, because obviously you can't change the line of the ball, so the defensive player has the right to the ball, but
foul straight back to the screen. 1 ball and 1 strike. And, from the Turks' perspective, there's no one you'd want to have up there right now, other than Smith. And maybe Kelfleisch at a close second.
Stumped on that one too for how to score that one. I guess F2. I don't know if it's closest player or let's see what game change or what streak gave.
There's a time to let the stats people worry about it and move on. That's my philosophy on that one. 1-1 slider way outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Batulia at second base is really got pretty good speed. He seems to get motor, and some guys are not fast over 90 feet, but then you'll see him run out a double like Batulia just did, and you realize, okay, when he hits that second 90 feet, he's moving pretty well.
He looks a lot like Pitts too, very similar build.
Stocky.
To Pitts, yeah.
2-1 pitch is low for the ball, 3-1. Big gap in the left center. Smith is definitely a guy that does more of a pull hitter than anything else. So I think that left center gap is a nice one for him if he gets something he can handle here on 3-1. Slider is low for a ball. Derek Smith was not going after the pitcher's pitches there. Harmon was nibbling around the edges nicely. Here comes Christopher Barr, and this is really a pattern we're beginning to see, Joe, is that Barr's coming up with men on a lot here, and it's he did have to move the runner along kind of at that last time. Time for a hit for him now. There's a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Out on the edges, we've seen some calls on the edges for both pitchers. Mostly the outside edge. The pitch is low, blocked nicely by Krupp there. Don't want to give up a cheap base with a pass ball or wild pitch, and we have a couple of runs scored on the center.
Production in these kinds of spots is what wins ball games. Runners in scoring position with 2 outs.
Well, the way Matulia's ball carried, and he got a piece of it, obviously. But I'd really like to see Barr turn on one, because Matulia's ball got another 30 feet. I didn't see it coming at all. Breaking ball must have been low. Good looking pitch. 2 balls and 1 strike. Second baseman there, Rain, nice and deep in his position. Ball 3 down low, the fastball, 3 balls and 1 strike, and Barr had a 3-1 count last time up before he rolled one over to second. 3-1, 2 outs, couple of runners on for the Turks. Bottom of the second, trying to break open a 1-1 tie. Ball 4 down low, Lyman struggling. Here comes Daniel Nichols. He's already got a Libby Sims in his credit. Bases full of Turks. Back-to-back walks. I think definitely a time to see at least 1 strike. Breaking ball in there for a strike. That was nice. Bases full of Turks. Not bad speed in the relief here. Smith's always a good heavy runner. Gets a secondary lead at second. And Barr at first swings well. 0-1, low for a ball, 1-1. going to be a week full of Turks baseball.
Turks home baseball.
Yeah, Turks home baseball. Hey, it's time to come out and join. Breaking ball grounded down to the right field. One there for a base hit. 2 runs will score. And Nichols right off the rim in the rain as well, but I don't think if the rain comes up with it, does he have a play anywhere? It doesn't seem like he would have had a play. Good range by Travis in the rain just to get some weather on it. A 2-run score for Harrisonburg. Good timely hit by Nichols, and he's got all 3 of the RBIs.
Next up for the Turks, the third baseman, Matt Rose.
Here comes Rose now. And this is the time, if you're Waynesboro, you'd love to see first base open here, because you don't want to pitch to Rose in this situation. A big inning team. Fastball strike on the outside corner. Rose comes out of there with a wow.
I'm travel, Blue. He's taking a deep breath. He's trying to figure out how to hit it. Give another run up for score.
Slider on there. Back to back on the outside corner. 0-2 to Rose.
What do you got, a David?
Way outside and gets away from the catcher. Both the runners will move up. Runners like Jordan Harmon and Krupp were just trying to go as far out as they could get a call. And in the left-hand batter's box, I hope there aren't calls to be had over there. 1-2. Now Rose can score a couple of runs potentially with a base knock.
Umpires in the stands on this at bat.
Correct. Very much so. Setting up outside again. Strike 3 call, and Rose has been thrown out. Things like that. Things like that.
Rose tossing the helmet and bat into the dugout.
3 runs Harrisonburg. Big shooting single by Andy Nichols.
Fans, it's time for
Rose
phase 2.
ejected.
Please direct your attention to the third
Balls on the outer edge there. Headed for the top of the 3rd inning. Harrisonburg back on top now. 2-1 over the Waynesboro Generals. Back in the board, first baseman.
Riley and Bridget, who are going to run all the way down to Melissa, turn around, and run all the way back to Jake. Whoever wins gets what they're wearing from the concession stand for free. Ladies, are you guys ready? On your mark, get set, go!
But you can't react like that. There might be more. I mean, he's gone tomorrow, right? Suspended tomorrow, right? Who's in there? Baker. Jones to 3rd. Baker to 2nd.
Well, that kind of tells you that Golds can't play the field, because he would certainly have come on there, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
So the 3rd inning here. Changes. Jesse Baker in the ballgame now. He's at second base, and that will bump Logan Jones over to 3rd base.
So Baker enters the lineup in the cleanup spot, of course, and for Rose, and then the defensive switch.
Well, Baker in the 7-6, 7 unanswered run comeback the other night. Baker was the guy. Not only had to hit to win an extra inning, he also had to hit to tie it earlier than that. Coach Reese and the home coach Fire and Coach King going through the changes here, getting everything straightened out.
Well, we got time. Again, chime in with us on Twitter. Let us know who you think player of the game is. I know we're a few innings in, and Nick was obviously off to a good start. But let us know where you're listening from. got any birthdays in your family you wanted to shout out, whatever it may be, let us know. Tweet us by using #FirstNation.
If you know the great middle infielder is available for a few ball games, we'd also like to know that as well. Turks are thin on infielders right now. You know that Brandon Bell was a designated hitter in the lineup, and I would certainly think that he would have come out of the DH spot, maybe, but that forces you to play the pitcher, to bat the pitcher. So we're wondering if there's something with Gold, physically, where he wasn't able to play the field, because normally it would have been Gold at third and Rose as the DH.
Maybe without Rose tomorrow, well, I guess just for the first game. Because it's considered two separate games,
right.
For Valley Baseball League rules. Suspended one game after ejection.
Yep, and that's you got to keep your temper. Even when you think you're 100% right, you've got to keep your temper.
No ejections all year, and it's 2 in 2 days. 2 in 2 home games.
Well, I told Bob that Coach Weiss, his quota is 1 every 3.5 years, so about 2017, or maybe the first week of 2018 is the next time I'm going to allow him to get ejected. Otherwise, I'm going to have a talking to with him. Again, Joe, it's not pretty, but 50, 60 years of baseball, he still gets thrown out every now and then. What the heck's going on? Not sure what's going on to do with the discussion down here today with the lineup. Seems pretty straightforward with the Turks again.
Seems something to that both managers are kind of going back and forth, lineman this on the deck. It seems too involved in this conversation. Just kind of sitting there watching that manager talking about something. And all the fans, of course, blaming it on the umpire. Everything. Frustration's the last inning. I think part of the frustration too was that play, the down ball that called Jones out. I'm not sure for doing.
I really didn't see whether he obstructed the first baseman.
The first baseman had to do a little shaking dance to get out of the way.
Yeah, and then it ended up being his ball because the other two guys looked pretty lost underneath of it. So, but really on that play, because the ball is popped up, Jones needs to make his way down to first and be well past where that obstruction call was made. So if Jones does the correct baseball play, he's well out of the way and can't even be interpreted that way. So. It's also a good time for us to look at the scoreboard here. The out-of-town scoreboard here. Some leads this game 3-1. Bottom of the fifth inning in Covington. Cannons firing the only salvo. Big 1-0 over the Covington Lumber Jackson. Scoreless ball game bottom of the first up there at Aldi. Good chance that one just needs an update. Hopefully they didn't have a rain delay. Another scoreless ball game up at Rebel Park. Stantonbury team up at Rebel. Scoreless. And bottom of the first from Central High School in Woodstock, Front Royal and Woodstock is also scoreless. They actually start their game at 8 o'clock there at Woodstock, so that probably is spot on correct. Still trying to figure out what's going on here. It looks like going through the lineups here. I'm not sure Rick could take that long considering inserting the lineups when you have one player moving, a new player coming in, and that's it, right?
I wonder if the Generals did something too, or it is something for Coach Weiss is having another conversation with the umpire.
I don't think that conversation has to do with anything except Matt.
Just throws a nice pat on the back while he's having this conversation.
Yeah, Coach Weiss, a little moral support from your catcher. So.
Bobby has calling when I was down there on the field the other night after the win. They were always saying, because Coach Weiss came in here and said he doesn't think he's ever lost 4 in a row in his coaching career, and they were all like, Bobby, we didn't get you 4 in a row. So I'm sure he was telling them that one all day. Better not let me get 4 losses in a row.
Bob has a way of making his point. That's not the understatement of all time.
We need to call Bob to get this straight.
I'm not sure what this could be about.
Now the other umpires involved in this discussion. Next thing you know, Commissioner Limits will be down there. Get all the big leagues in on this.
He's probably wondering too
Yeah.
what's going on. See him down here to our right. 3-1 ball game. Boone Mokri has gotten some run support from his club. Jordan Harmon has looked pretty good at times. Daniel Nick is really the guy that's figured him out in some tough spots so far. 2 runs on 5 hits, no miscues for the Turks, 1 run on 2 for 2 hits for the Generals.
And you go ahead and look at the weather too, see if this conversation is going to lead right into some rain.
Yeah, there you go, because it might. The Turks and Generals game, without any controversy, it's not where it's been. No one has any intent for it to be that way. We'll see if something is going on.
He might miss us north. Currently in the red, a long stream, completely horizontal.
Well, there's no longer a Valley Ridge team in the red, so maybe you can make it out in Charleston. That's where we are now. Well, actually, I can say that. Rain's on the way to birthday streams in Charleston. Fans are getting the stomp and the flap going on here. I have. Now even the infield umpire has something to say. This isn't a heated conversation. It's just one of those things where some people making some points.
The whole Turks field players are convened on the infield too to have a conversation.
All 8 players are right in front of second base.
I'm going to go Trace Kitty or sometime to see if they have any, here in the press box, if they have any information on what's going on. If it's a lineup issue.
They're going to play some pepper. Did someone bat out of order or something nutty like that, possibly? I'm not quite sure who locally is going to stay loose. His teammate Jesse Baker is doing some short toss here, 45, 50 feet toss to stay warm. No idea what this is, and I don't think that we'll get some clarity when it's all said and done. I'll see what's going on. Nothing to do with the lineup. Trying to rewind back here and see if possibly someone batted out of order or something that doesn't make a lot of sense. Christopher Barr batted, Nichols batted, Rose batted. Rose was called out on strikes, and he was ejected from the ball game. The change that's been made is that Jesse Baker's entered the game in the number 4 spot where Rose was. And Logan Jones moved over to 3rd. That's what our electronic lineup shows. I'm trying to see if possibly someone batted out of order, possibly. I think it's a nervous game to see that happen. But that did not happen. Could be some help on time. We'll have a discussion.
Anybody want to play with the ball game?
It may have to do with where the players at the end of the game are in the field. I saw Baker moving over to 3rd and Logan Jones going back over to 2nd. It would be up to the umpires who plays where. I don't think we're going to end up getting any clarity on this because when we get back to playing ball, we'll know where it is settled. Baker is going to stay over. Baker's headed off the field. A few times that the Turks have had something controversial happen. Actually, here comes Brandon Gold on the field now. So Gold is going to come in and play 3rd. And Baker's not in the lineup. Gold is at 3rd. Logan Jones stays at 2nd. Moky's getting some tune-up tosses, and I apologize for this sounding like an episode of Who's On First. There was something about Baker coming into the game that was not allowed, or I don't know that how reason a player would not be allowed to come into the lineup when he was ejected in previous games is the only thing I could think of. That wasn't the case with Baker.
They aren't exactly sure over there, but they're guessing it might have something to do. If you look at our original lineup card, and you talked about this earlier, originally Matt Rose was penciled in as DH and Gold as the third baseman, and they kind of scribbled it out. Coach B scribbled it out and put Rose at third base and Gold at DH. That's their only guess for what they could think. They don't know what's going on up here. But now we've lost the DH with it. Because Gold stays in the game defensively, like you said. So Coach B seems to have another argument point come back out once they seem to finally have it figured out.
Well, the first inning should settle exactly what the lineup said. When Rose opens the game at third base and Gold in the second bats at the designated hitter slot. That tells you exactly what the intent of the lineup is.
Have her call the main field umpire again. If they say the 15-minute delay or more, at least. But again, like, I don't think that's the right reason, and they agree, but they just have no other reasoning because, again, it's a positional thing, so that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. It's more batting order, and
the fans aren't looking at what we're looking at, which is the written lineup. Rose was fourth. You can see where position 5 was in there, and DH had been scratched through, and then down in the 7th spot, you see that Brandon Gold was the DH, and the 5, the third base spot, had been scratched through. And if there's any question as to what was what, as soon as the Turks took the field in the top of the first, you could see exactly. I mean, the scratched out part, that was not what was being paid attention to. It was been written next to that, and that was a third, Brandon Gold, the designated hitter. I mean, if there was an issue with it, that's an issue that should have been taken up in the first inning. Hey, coach, this lineup doesn't match who's playing what, or your batting order doesn't match who's what.
I guess we've lost the DH now. The pitcher, Mokri, must technically be in the lineup in the cleanup spot. And the Turks do have someone already throwing down there.
So we wait till the third inning to have an issue with the lineups. Okay.
Okay, we're playing some baseball.
Okay, deal. High for a ball. There's Marcinko, the leadoff hitter. Swung this time, good fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Top of the third inning. Fastball missed high outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mokri deals. Just missed inside. 3 balls and 1 strike. There's been calls to be had on the outside corner for both coaches, both pitchers, but nothing on the inside yet. Strike 2 on the outside corner. Speak of the devil.
Hungry now. Great.
Lovely call on the outside. I don't know that that's an evener or not, but now both teams have got a beef.
But, I mean, if you're Waynesboro, they were all sarcastically cheering on that last one, and you can't, now you're kind of biting your tongue on that one because that's a very similar strike call. I mean, not really.
Now both teams wish it were a little bit tighter. First pitch grounded out towards second base. Jones go to first, is dug out. Pitch goes on Nichols. They're out number 2. Here comes Cole Gruber now.
Cole Gruber.
Fastball pops the glove low. 1 ball, no strikes for Gruber.
Coach B still down there in the dugout trying to explain himself, talking to Jesse Baker with lineup in left hand, standing up.
Fastball foul back to the screen. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Let's get a few more fireworks before the night's over, because like you said, it is the Waynesboro-Harrisonburg rivalry. Waynesboro did travel very well for a Valley game. They've almost taken over this whole set of stands.
Fastball high and outside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Set of stands to our right.
Mokry deals the 2-1. Fouled off third base side. 2-2 now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, nobody on for the Generals. Mokry has a sounding edge from Natalia, and he deals. Grounded out towards shortstop. Smith takes a big second out. Out number 3, so after was away, 3 down for Boone Mokry in the first. It's the top of the 3rd inning. Let's get into our Hey Joe segment here. Joe's got a thinking cap on, got something interesting to talk to you. Join us back here tonight.
Another set of giveaways here as we head into our 3rd inning, this time from on University Boulevard.
No idea what's going on. There you go.
Get a 20% off your total ticket. So let's take a look at 2 winning ticket numbers. First up, 459 753, 459 753. And the second number is 385984.
I don't understand how anything to do with any of that would lead to not being able to put Baker in the game. Do you?
Yeah, I don't know why they couldn't hear.
Then again, when a guy thinks pitches that are 8 or 10 inches outside are strikes, everything else is passing pitch. And he clearly ran the Waynesboro guy up just because.
City Motors in South Main Street, Harrisburg. Their place to shop for quality pre-owned vehicles.
Eric Kilflesh going to lead things off now. 1 for 1 so far for Eric. Jumped on the first pitch he saw. Fastball had the plate but low. Another pitch, slider, swung on and missed. Great looking pitch. Jordan Harmon, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Fleisch singled in his last at bat, part of the 3-hit barrage in the first inning.
1-1, chopped down toward first, taken on the backhand side, underhanded to first for the out. Looking play. Bennett Colin Bennett to the pitcher on the recovery. Comes Chakowski now, 0 for 1 for Luke. Brandon Gold is on deck. Fastball high for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. 3-1 Turks. Turks won the first 2 in the second. Slider did go around the check swing. 1 ball, 1 strike.
So if we projected the lineup correctly, that'll be 2 nights in a row. Mokry's in as the pitcher, the DH. So.
Slider stayed low.
2 nights in a row that the Turks have had the pitcher in the batting order.
It's a year of firsts. 2-1 pitch, breaking ball stayed low again. 3 balls and 1 strike. Chakowski's doing a very good job of laying off that tantalizing breaking pitch. 3-1. Fastball in there for a strike. 3-2.
Wade Kim's listening in, chiming in on our Twitter feed, as we say. Tag Daniel Nichols in the tweets. So Daniel Nichols fan down there in Texas.
3-2. Little liner out to right field on the time for the base hit. Nice at bat by Luke Chakowski. Good breaking ball, but he just stayed right down on it. Didn't try and pull it. Ropes it to right. So we went out soon.
Thanks for listening in,
Now
Wade.
number 14, Brandon Gold.
Got so many good players from the last few years, not just the Georgia colleges, but just players from the state of Georgia. Terrific high school program down there. Just all over the state. Feeding those colleges and universities. Comes Brandon Gold now. Harmon deals foul, straight back out of the heater. 3 balls and 1 strike.
Of course, Kennesaw State, too, in Georgia made that run to the Super Regionals this year, so some good college programs. Georgia Tech made the NCAA tournament, of course.
I'd be hard-pressed to choose another state other than Georgia for overall baseball talent. Popped up a mile high to right field. Chikowski would go halfway. And caught the straightaway right by OC. Ford just missed giving that a long ride.
Texas might be up there.
Texas is a whole other country, as they say. I would still, per capita, I would take
Now
Georgia.
batting for the Terps, the catcher, Mitchell Petulia.
Comes Mitch Matulia now. He nearly poked one out his last time up. Ended up with a double off the wall in deep right center. Chikowski at first with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. Slider stayed outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Logan Jones on deck for the Turks. Over Diaz. Low for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Mitchell Matulia, 5'10", 200. That's a fullback right there. Not even 20 yet. Just a young, maybe turn 20 until November 12th. 2-0 pitch. Way outside with the breaking ball. 3 balls and no strikes. Matulia came up just 143, 1 for 1 with a double. Rio got the green light, fouled back to the screen. 3-0 green light. Three balls and 1 strike. Tuya skies this one down the left field line, replayable, and caught. Pretty good carry on that as well. Out number 3 in the glove of Cole Gruber. 3 innings in the books, headed for the top of the 4th inning. 3-1 Harrisonburg leads the Waynesboro Generals.
Fans, let's head down to the field. Take a listen for the Sweetie King race.
All right, Turks fans, it's time for our
Top of the 4th inning, Michael McClellan lead off for the Generals. Mercury Diaz, sliders, swing on and miss, big cut by McClellan. A lot of talent right here. You certainly want to see him at the bases open. Player from Georgia. Does Georgia. Foul ball, back to the screen. The ball is 2 strikes, 6'4", 220. Columbus State going into his junior year. 312 on the season, 4 home runs, 23 now games. With a solo home run yesterday against me. 2 pitch way outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Top of the 4th, 3-1 Turks. Clever Rossini and Colin Bennett are due for Waynesboro. Moker Diaz. Fastball, long and miss. Reach back for the third seamer. It's just a smidgen more mustard than we've seen on anything prior. So he dialed it up. He strikes out the ball. Here comes Rossini. One of the Hatters of Stetson University. Returning general. Fastball very low for the ball, 1 ball and no strikes.
One of my favorite, if not my favorite, mascots in college sports, the Stetson Hatters.
The Hatter. One of the pitches down and in, 2 balls and no strikes. The mascots themselves are kind of interesting and all that, but I kind of like, you got to have a good name usually. I like the Thundering Herd.
Yes.
Thundering Herd.
That's a good one too.
2-0 slider. Boy, he likes that slider. Swung on and missed by Rossini. 2 balls and 1 strike. And I do like demon deacons.
Yes.
Because, a clergyman, people kind of mind their P's and Q's around a clergyman in general. Grounded foul, first base side, 2 balls, 2 strikes. But when you find out he's demonic on top of that, it just takes it to a whole nother level. And then you look at the guy, he's kind of a mad-looking habit, too.
I actually like some of the Native American tribe ones, like Chippewas and Fighting Sioux. I mean, you can get the whole political argument about it, but some of those just have a nice, unique.
2-2 swung on and missed. It's like he was turning that over, change-up style there. Great looking setup of pitches there. He strikes him out.
Yeah, man.
First Colin Bennett, the first baseman. Breaking ball stayed up high. There's a few of them that are head scratchers. The Obazags. I mean, it is gazebo spelled backwards, so what does it really mean? Fastball, swung on and miss. Mokri is in a nice rhythm here. Looking a little faster. 1-1 to Bennett. Mokri kicks and deals. Strike 2 on the outside.
Empire's giving those pitchers that pitch. They're going to keep hitting that outside corner to right-handed batters.
Krupp and Matulia are out there in the fishing pond on the corner. Hitting balls. 1-2 slider. Great looking pitch and a strong strike out the side inning for Billy Mokri. First fans give him a hand. Bottom of the field coming out here, so we're going to try to add to a 3-1 lead. Back in the middle of the
Fans are going to come back out tomorrow night. For the next Pearson Trips home game, and it's actually a doubleheader tomorrow night. So you get 2 weeks for the price of 1. 2 7-8 games tomorrow night.
Did you hear what Matt said? He said that
I think I left.
basically that both guys are listed as both DH and third baseman. And they somehow waited for the third inning to make an issue of it.
So how would that prevent Baker from being on?
I have no idea. And Rose had already batted once, played the field 3 innings, and Gold had already batted once.
I don't get my positions that big a deal because you can change that freely.
But to me, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what's what anyway. And then when Rose gets thrown out, it's also pretty clear that whoever's entering the game is entering in that spot.
Yeah. I think there's more to it than that. I just don't know. I guess we'll get Bob up here.
leave out for Harrisonburg in the bottom of the field from the Quakers. Guilford College, Logan Jones.
Bottom of the fourth inning, bottom of the order for the Turks. It's going to be Logan Jones. Ground ball goes to the center field, and Logan jumps on the first pitch he sees. And he's got his first guy facing up.
See what he can do on the base path. Of course, no stats to see what kind of stolen base numbers he has in Valley. We can see what he's got.
Now batting,
He goes across the start high school, so
Thomas
maybe got some wheels on him.
He runs 800 meters. Boy, that's something.
0 steals with the for Quakers and caught stealing once.
He's Thomas Smith now.
He's been on base twice so far and scored both times, doubling the walk.
Fastball hit hard and taken on a dive by the third baseman. Gets up there to first. Is in time. What a great play down there on the hot corner by Kyle Pitts. That was headed down the left field line for a double. And Pitts headlong dive. Got to his feet. Throws out Smith. Clear star next to that. Great play. So Jones at second now with one out. And here comes Christopher Barr. Smith is locked in right now. He's hitting everything hard. Way outside. Maybe a little change right there. One ball, no strikes to Barr. Turks on top by 2, but a good chance to score again if one out and the runner in scoring position. Slider down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Barr is 0 for 1 with a walk. 2-0 pitch is low for a ball. Barr just had his 20th birthday. West Palm Beach, Florida, his hometown. 3-0 is very much a ball down and in. So Jordan Herman struggling with the zone. Now runners at first and second with 1 out. For Daniel Nichols. The kryptonite so far. That's going to bring a visit to the mound. Waynesboro senses the situation here. So, okay, what have we not figured out with this hitter? He's 2 for 2 with all the runs batted in. Time to talk about it and come up with a game plan. Coach Reese will do the same thing with Nichols. This is what I love about baseball, Joe. The situational chess match. It might come down to, okay, let's change the signs. Where did you pitch in the first couple of times? What are we trying to get here? Is this a guy you think we can double him up? And all those little things about how you're going to play the next couple of pitches. If you're not managing the game down on that level, good chance you're getting beat.
Yeah. Of course, like you said too, Nichols is just had his number today.
Got a hard single his first time and a ground ball seeing eye single that drove in 2 his last time up. Pretty good speed on the base pass. Nichols crowds to the plate a little bit, straightaway stance. Swung on and missed. Came out with a little change-up piece there. Nichols over the top of it, maybe a little out in front as well. No balls and 1 strike. Nichols has got some very good power if he can square one up. Left-hand swinger from the Georgia Bulldogs. Harmon being very deliberate now. Comes set. And he deals. Low and outside. Good job by catcher. Slide out. Handle that. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out. Good speed on the bases. Jones and Barr. Breaking ball at the plate but low. Nichols 2 for 2 with 3 knocked in. Roswell, Georgia. His hometown. 2-1 pitch. Missed outside. Krupp trying to frame that one on the outer edge. And who can blame him? Latulia and Krupp have had the outside corner working for both of them here today. Good hitters count now. 3-1. It's to Nichols is low for a ball. So Harmon, I think Harmon's trying to be really fine there, Joe, and they end up losing him. And here comes Boone Mokery, an unexpected at-bat.
With the bases loaded.
Let's go deep into the UTSA stats and see if Mokery has any.
Any button here because bases are loaded unless you do a squeeze.
Well, you got the infield is back. So if you say to Mokery, all right, now you need to push the ball past the mound and you play safety speed, maybe you do. Slider in there for a strike. I'll tell you from history and knowledge, Coach Weiss is not a squeeze guy. Not even a little bit. And for Harmon, this is a hitter to get back, get your mojo back here. Throw some strikes, pound his zone, and go after it. We want pitch, slider, swing on and miss. That's exactly what he's doing. So 0-2 Mokery. The good news for Mokery is there's no question who he's helping out. If he puts the ball in play, he will force the Generals to turn a double play. Just getting it in fair territory. You know, Harmon is looking to ring him up.
0 at bats in this past season for Mokery with the San Antonio Roadrunners.
They probably hadn't hit since high school.
Didn't look bad swinging it out there on that one pitch, though.
No.
Didn't look like a pitcher.
Confident. Harmon deals the 0-2. Hit out to the left field, pretty good. Tattooed, and they'll get over Going out there to left field, and Nichols will stop there. And Boone Mokery is absolutely excited out there second base. How about that? Coach Weiss snapping his head as he feels it. You're going to force my pitcher to hit for it?
Some loving pitchers in the bullpen down there, too. Standing ovation from the crowd. That's awesome.
That was the one short. That was a gigantic at bat. Who could see that coming? It's not only the pitcher be forced to hit him, but he needs the cleanup guy. They also have to clean the bases loaded. Jump on an 0-2 pitch. Really, that's one that's just too close considering how he proved Mokery. But, you know, at this level, the pinpoint control's not there. Obviously, Harmon doesn't want to leave that in the middle of the plate. And Mokery did not miss it. Stung it. 5-1 Turks, and that's going to precipitate a pitching change. We'll step out for a quick break. Back in a minute with more Turks baseball. Boone Mokery. He was on the bump, and now he's been in the batter's box, and I don't think he's on either one of our pieces of paper. Maybe one of us went out there and picked him as a
Ladies and gentlemen,
no, as a hitter.
call to the
So step out for a quick break. Back to
This response brought to you by Rocky Mountain Hardware, located at 1044 South High Street.
I didn't put him, but I was this close to putting him. If I knew he was going to get that bad, I think that was pitching. He had a pitcher 0-2.
Well,
He's obviously just going to sit fastball.
that's the thing that people don't realize is that the major leaguers can miss so well. They can miss in spots that are so strategic. Because unlike here, these guys are studying hitters' hot zones like crazy, and they know what's up.
Wonder whose bat he used. And Gruber was so shallow too. I think if he was normal depth, it wasn't a pitcher, he may have tossed that.
Right, he locked that. See, the other pitchers were happy because that's vindication for all of them.
Yeah, you see them all giving him. That was hilarious. And who is this? 19? Griffin Creek, ETSU Pirates.
See, this is a bad matchup, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, now batting from the North Carolina Waynesboro Spartans, Ryan Kelflash.
Bottom On their fourth here, new pitcher in the ball game is Griffin Krieg from the Pirates, East Tennessee State.
Nashville.
Breaking ball in there for a strike to Eric Shellflesh. A couple of runners on. Second and third, Nichols at third, Boone Mokry at second. So 2 RBI double. The infield is in for Waynesboro. Little liner out to the right field is going to get down for the base hit. One run has scored, and Mokry will hold up. Good job by the right fielder for Waynesboro, jumping right on it. We'll see. Pounced on that guy to the cutoff man. You know, when you double up on a pitch like that, you let Kelpler see that same breaking ball back-to-back pitches. And he just barreled it up that time, dropped it in the right field.
Krieg's third appearance this season. His only 2 appearances were July 7th and July 11th, so he may have been a late addition to the squad. In those 3 appearances, he has a win, allowed no runs, only 1 hit, and 3 strikeouts.
Here comes Chikowski now. Runners at first and third. Fleisch at first, Mokry at third. Still just 1 out. Fastball tops the glove to strike 1. Kel Fleisch. Chikowski is 1 for 2, adding to his 327 coming in. Slider must have stayed high. First one there on the upper part of the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. 6-1 Turks. Up to 9 hits there. Breaking ball in the air for a strike. That's a great looking pitch there for Krieg. Turks had an infielder from East Tennessee State a few years back here in May. Shortstop. 1-2 fastball is low for a ball. You know, Chikowski has really shown an ability to not expand the strike zone, and that's really helped him. He's shown a little bit of pop every now and then, mostly singles so far. He's having good at-bats. 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed. Right on it for a nice late dip to that pitch there, Griffin Krieg. His slider is ready for prime time. The rest of his pitches are not, haven't got enough of a look at for his slider. Finisher. 2 outs now, still runners at first and third. And here comes Brandon Gold. Fastball tops the glove for strike 1 on the outside. No balls and 1 strike. Krieg comes set and deals. Fastball swung on and missed. That one had some steam on it there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. He touched the number there. I think that number began with 9 something. 0-2 slider. Outside corner, yes, a little bit low. Took ice water in the veins to take that.
At least the corner we've seen tonight.
It was the corner we've seen tonight. It was a little low. 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, strike 3 called, and Gold goes back to the plate. A big inning for the Turks. 3 runs on the board. Boone Mokry is moving 2-run double straight away left field. Punctuates a very strange inning. 6-1 Turks at the top of the 5th inning here. And, hey Joe, what are we talking about tonight? Anything interesting?
We got a fun today. Baseball
He's going to have to reach out for the ball to the hole. If he does, he gets 500.
1970 All-Star game. In the 12th inning of the All-Star game, 1970, you know where this is going?
Pete Rose ran over Ray Fosse at the plate. Ray Fosse
ended up definitely the end of Fosse's career. The deciding run was actually 5-4. Actually, Fosse and Rose went out to dinner the night before. Part of the backstory, but 1970, that was 44 years ago today, was an infamous. Of course, also when the All-Star game, that's always the All-Star highlight clips reel.
Yeah, I didn't know that they had gone out to dinner that night. 1970, that was a year really, two of the better teams collided in the World Series. My Orioles and the Reds. Those 2 kind of dynasty team for the ages, the Big Red Machine and Earl Weaver's Orioles. When you add it all up, those 2 teams, I think we're up to 9 or 10 or something on those 2 clubs.
And the one that's still kind of missing.
Yeah, the biggest of all, the hit king. What a shame. What a shame. 6-1 Turks. Jimmy Mokry heads back to the hill. Sometimes you get by with a little help from your friends, and sometimes you get by with some help for yourself.
I'm sure the General saw double play written all over that at bat.
Or at least a strikeout.
Yeah.
First pitch to Krupp. This is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Krupp, Pitts, and Hamilton here for the Generals. Slider down and in, 2-0. Fastball. The glove right down the middle, 2-1. Fouled off third base side on another fastball, 2-2. Really, before the heroics with the bat, Mokry last inning struck out the side. That was his best inning. He's got 4 strikeouts to go along with no walks.
This fourth inning might be the best inning of baseball he's ever had in his career. The league all the way up to.
Routed in the right field for a base hit. So nice at bat to lead it off for Krupp. Trying to bring up Kyle Pitts. And I think that one of the things when you put some insurance runs on the board, it kind of takes one of the parts out of Waynesboro's arsenal, which is the small ball aspect of it. Right here, if they're going to play small ball, then it's like, okay, then they have to have the big hits to follow. They have to get them. Fastball, foul right back to the screen, no balls and 1 strike. Small ball is a strategy meant to beat you 3-2. And really, it's set up saying, all right, we like our guy on the hill, but it's definitely something that works. So if you have a lineup that doesn't have a lot of pop in it, Cleveland's really the guy who really has the thunder and the stick for the Generals. Pop foul right side again, no balls and 2 strikes. And I always like to see, this definitely applies to Coach Reese this year, but this is a different Turk team, where you realize at a certain point, this is the type of team I've got this year, and maybe they're not a worth-the-count group, or maybe they're not necessarily a small ball team, whatever it might be. Foul back again, 0-2. Good scrappy at that here for Pitts. So when you keep trying to set your team up for something they're not, that's not good. The name's no balls and 2 strikes. Mokry deals again. Good flare out to a right center, hanging up, and Chakowski makes the catch. Way back to first is not in time. Nichols had to come off. Chakowski nearly doubled him up. But Nichols has got a huge wingspan down there at first. He's about 6'3", and that glove probably has Samsonite written on the side too. That's a big leather slab he's got. Comes center fielder Chase Hamilton, 1-on-1 out. Hamilton's 0-for-1. He threw it first. No trouble for Krupp getting back. Hamilton from Austin Peay, just like Jordan Palmer. Pitch missed outside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Go, Sam.
No pitch. Hit out to her in the left field. Cut play, shooting toward the line. Didn't see it initially, and then he sees it and makes the catch. You never want to see the left fielder with their palms to the sky, even if it's briefly.
From our vantage point, it was a little tough to see. Didn't get caught in the lights, but the darkish blue sky, just a pure black backdrop or anything. It was sky high, one of the highest ones we've seen here.
Two outs now for Marcinko. One on this little slider. 2 balls, 1 strike. Marcinko takes one. A small guy, but kind of a long swing. Quick bat though. fastball, low inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. .309 for Marcinko. No home runs, 14 knocked in. Slider in there for a strike. Marcinko also has 9 steals. Phillipsburg, Pennsylvania. Shippensburg University. 1-2, missed outside. You definitely got to count 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi on the outside corner. You might get a call out there. 2-2. 2-2 slider, pop that into foul territory, goes Nichols over near the barrier and get out of play. The chain link fence, kind of at a 45-degree angle, as the barrier in foul territory on the first base side. It used to be a kind of a backdrop put on it where you could easily see what it is. I would think now it's kind of hard to pick it up. You know, I don't think you can see right through it. Remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Oakley from set, gives a 2-2. Low for a ball, uncontested steal by Krupp.
And a lot of that was a result of Batulia trying to frame job that pitch to and hopefully get the strikeout.
It just missed on the bottom part of the zone. 3-2. Oakley deals. Grounded out towards second base. Easy play for the first team time. Logan Jones on the squeeze for the Turks. 1 runner left on for Waynesboro. All important 0 after the rally.
As a review, 6
Fifth inning.
Fans, pull your tickets out.
I think probably well into the home run hitting contest.
Not well into it. It was in a rain delay. I don't know if last week had a rain delay. I saw it on Twitter.
This was one a few years ago. By a few, I mean probably 7 or so. When PNC Park just opened up. My goodness, they just hit balls into the night. Unbelievable. I mean, just nearly everyone is hitting balls into the upper deck. Again.
The water there too, the Allegheny River.
Yes, the Allegheny. Allegheny was an Monongahela from the Ohio. My buddy Jason and I took a trip up there to Pittsburgh and saw 1 ball game against the Cincinnati Reds on Friday night, and then we rode up to Cleveland. Did you hear LeBron James is going back to Cleveland? It's a story that just broke, really. But they're not talking about it much.
I've been watching ESPN all day, but haven't seen a thing about it.
Not even a thing. But our trip didn't involve LeBron James. We went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and had a good time there on Saturday. And then on the way back, we swung into that Sunday game, saw the Pirates and the Reds again.
PNC Park was it?
PNC, this was 3 years ago.
PNC is one of my favorites.
It is a nice little park. And it's
small
not,
too, though.
Yeah, it is small. It is small.
I mean, that's definitely a whole that small one.
But it's cozy, and I like that. And I think that just walking around the park, looking in the background, and over the bridge, just like that, was that a really started bridge or something like that. Seeing all the Clemente bridge, seeing the statues and stuff. Like really cool.
And, even through all their struggles in the past year, really good baseball town too. And I went to the game. I mean, the game was still sold out. And there was a Styx concert after when I went.
Well, there was a rock band playing before the ball game when we were there.
But it still was a sellout and still good baseball support. Really good to see them make the playoffs last year and do something that the fans cheer about.
Yeah, we went kind of late in the season, but it was about half capacity. But it was pretty nice. It was easy to get decent seats.
Outback Steakhouse in left field.
And we went to Primanti Brothers.
Yeah, we did too.
The whole Pittsburgh fans. Good time.
The Primanti Brothers in the stadium, actually.
We went to the one down the Meat District there. Vincent Latulia takes the ball outside.
A little fact, you would like this. Of all the towns that have at least 3 of the 4 major sports, Pittsburgh is the only one where there's the same colors.
Yeah.
Black and white.
For the economy fan, fastball popped off foul. Outside 1 ball and 1 strike. If you're the economy fan, Pittsburgh's your town. It's one of the worst sports movies of all time, but it's so bad that it's good. The fish that saved Pittsburgh. 1-1 pitch. Flare out toward left field and be playable. and caught by Cole Gruber for out number 1.
Napoleon Dynamite in that category is so bad that it's good.
Yes,
So bad that
exactly.
it's
So
funny.
bad that it's good. One goofy scene after another, and you just can't take your eyes off that train ride. And when it's all over with, you're like, I want that 2.5 hours of my life back, but that was so quirky that it was funny. Here comes Logan Jones now. Logan got a base knock to center his last time up, takes a strike, fell high on a breaking ball. 6-1 Turks. Breaking ball fouled off the right side. That's for the Bender. With a 3. 4-2 to Jones. Fastball. Strike 3 call on the outside corner, and Jones is out of there. Back to the top of the order for Thomas Smith.
With the shortstop, Thomas Smith.
Smith is 1 for 2. They took a diving play down at third base by Pitts to deny him last time. Pitts is deep as you'd expect him to be down there at third. Fastball. Low. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs and nobody on, Joe, but the way Smith has been making contact, he's in scoring position in the batter's box right here. He's really been turning on the ball. Fastball pops the glove high, 2-0. 2-0 is grounded hard out towards second base, gobbled up. Throw to first is in time. Travis Moraine on the carry for the Generals. So 1-2-3 inning for Griffin Creed. Headed into the 6th inning.
6-1. As we head into the 6th inning.
In just 2 of the 5 innings, so that's a pretty decent trend.
First fans, make sure that you take
Whisper
notice
from
of
having
all
lost
the
5 in a
offensive
row.
and
Just really needs to
companies
find
with
some
business.
mojo, and it took a boom Mokri with a bat to do it. Crazy stuff.
Also,
Mokri hit it back to the hill.
Like the Turks on Facebook, visit our website for daily articles.
I saw Lemus walking there and give him an explanation.
The Turks are back at home tomorrow, so they'll play host to the Covington Lumberjacks.
He may not know.
Doubleheader tomorrow night, 2 7-inning games. Tomorrow as Turks play with Covington, it's 6 o'clock. First pitch, so make sure you be there early tomorrow night for the doubleheader. North Georgia Nighthawks, Travis Moraine.
Out in the 6th inning, Travis Moraine, Cole Gruber, and Michael McClellan do. Victory deal. Left-hand draw. A 1 pitch. Strike 2 on the outside corner. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Moraine. Grounded down towards first base. Daniel Nichols will take it to the bag himself. Just looking up Travis Moraine, he too from the state of Georgia, Wilburn, Georgia. North Georgia College and State University. So another Georgia player. I tell you, these two teams could merge and have an all Georgia team. Here comes Cole Gruber now, the left fielder. Foul off third base side, no balls and one strike.
So we did get an explanation on the lineup issue. Coach Weiss was talking about a few minutes.
0-1, slider.
He said lineup is kind of confusing. Goal at third base. It was originally listed as DH.
1-1 pitch grounded out towards second, backhanded by Jones. Third first is in time.
And then, so what Waynesboro was trying to argue is that Matt Rose is in the lineup as the DH, and whether they convince the umpires of that or whatever, because they have a DH and put Baker at third.
And flare out towards shortstop, Thomas Smith. Backwards.
Kind of, and they said they're not 100% sure of that, but they're 99% sure. That's what they, Commissioner Michigan up and talked to them too. But Waynesboro either just got the umpires to convince them of that. I don't know.
That's pretty sad. Anyway, bottom of the sixth inning, Turks headed to the bat rack. 6-1 ball game. Just the injury issues to do with the infield and everything. Turks are playing a little cut and paste at this point, and at least along the way they're hitting the baseball. Back in the Turks
locations for your convenience. 1635 East Market Street, Main Market Square East. 1741 Virginia Avenue, Harmony Square.
That is some great cool stuff.
South High Street in Rockland.
They said even Commissioner Lemish came in and said, like, Waynesboro has a copy, like, they don't have the original. Like, they really, so it must be hard to see. And like you said, too, like, Rose played at third, so it was just Waynesboro. And I think that's why Coach Weiss trying to say, like, look, it's scratched it out. So they pulled a fast one on the umpires or something.
Gold had already, that's going to be,
Rose, yeah.
But even, Gold already got it.
Did Gold play at least, like, one inning at third or no?
No.
And again, it's the third inning, so why? So basically, they were trying to force Mokery to hit, and karma.
Christopher Barr will lead things off. Try to bunt it, foul it off third base side. Trying to do the drop and run there with the third baseman back. One pitch to Barr. Outside for a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. Left-handed pin for Waynesboro. 1-1 pitch high and outside this time. 2 balls and 1 strike. Barr, Nichols, and Rose are due. Barr, Nichols, and Mokery are due for the Turks. Maybe I should fix my run up here eventually. That pitch also missed inside. Barr has had 3-1 counts each time he's come up.
Grounded out his first at bat and walked in his 2 at bats following that one.
3-1 pitch, shot high and foul on the ground right side. Now, if Boone Mokery gets another hit, Joe, he's gonna
Player of the game, Sharpie.
Legendary status.
I was so close to putting him down too. I'll admit now I didn't put him down.
Grounded down to first and taken to the bag unassisted by Colin Bennett for out number 1.
Assuming he will back because there's no one warming in the Turks bullpen and he's pitching well in the 1 run, 3 hits.
Good pitch by Krieg there.
Now batting the first baseman, Dave Nichols.
I want to ask him whose batting gloves he's using. I'm sure he didn't bring any of that with him.
Must be the shoes, money. Must be the shoes. Comes Nichols. Nobody on.
Got the old elbow shield too. So he's obviously using someone's stuff.
He's gearing up. Big curve stayed outside. Two over Nichols. Hit hard out towards shortstop. One big hop. The first is in time. Mike Cinco on the play score 6-3 for out number 2. So many of the folks in maybe not exactly your generation, the kids 12, 13 years old, you could say score at 6-3 all you want. They have no idea what you are talking about.
Fortunately, yes.
So here comes Mokri. 2 outs, nobody else. Swung on and missed. Mokri did not get cheated on the cut. There's not the economy hack. 3 deals. Strike on the inside corner. Looked like Crook was setting up on the outside.
Right over the middle of the plate, and
Right
right
over
the
the
one
middle.
that Mokri needed to go after.
1-2 sliders, swung on and missed. So they get the big strikeout of Mokri this time, but they needed it when the bases were loaded. So Mokri's work with the bat is done. He's not expected to do anything else. Top of the 7th, coming at you, Harrisonburg on top on Waynesboro, 6-1. Tight games all over. Heck yeah.
Leading off from the Stetson Matters, number 16, Garrett Rossini.
Top of the 7th inning, Garrett Rossini, Colin Bennett, and Kevin Krupp are due for the Generals in need of a little bit of a rally put into this 5-run deficit. Mokri deals fouled right there in the batter's box by Rossini.
Patented Stephen McLean and Thomas Spitz foul off.
Yes, front foot. Actually, he's at least got a protector out on his front foot. The ball's and 1 strike. That still doesn't mean you're not going to have a little bit of a limp going on, but you're not going to be incapacitated and really crack it down on top of it. 1 pitch, swung on and missed. Good pitch by Mokri, kind of throwing a little backup breaking ball to catch that outside corner. Swung over the top of it. It's 0-2. Mokri deals. Fastball very much outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Close games all throughout the Valley League. Coming up in just a minute. They're just nibbling away at each other. Close games. Batter here and a batter there. 1-2 is fouled off. He might have missed his front foot there. On the swing. He got the back foot.
It went between his legs or something. Maybe he's just skimming the heels.
I've never seen anyone come to the plate with more things attached to their body than everybody.
They're a robot.
Swung on and missed. Mokri, swung on and foul. Mokri was coming at him with the changeup there. Great job by Rossini. Got out on his front foot, but kept her hands back and just got a piece of it. 1-2. Fires. Get out towards center field, really tailing away, and it's going to get up the alley. This is the ball. Just had that ball moving away from him again and again. Rossini has got a leadoff double. Very good at that. Hit that ball hard, and he had some tail on it moving away from Barr in center.
Now batting from the Kennesaw State Owls, number 30, Colin Bennett.
And then Colin Bennett. Top of 7. Waynesboro trying to mount this rally. Mokry deals. Grounded out towards shortstop. Smith backhands it. Throw to first is in. Great dig there by Nichols at first base. And range by Smith at shortstop. Georgia Tech to Georgia.
They can get along in this field, right?
Well, there's only one guy from Georgia, a whole bunch from Georgia Tech, so he's going to have to do some too. So 1 out now. Here comes Kevin Krupp. He's had a pretty good night because he's a pretty good player. Fastball down and in. For the catcher, Krupp has also run the bases pretty hard. Waynesboro's run in the second inning was all about him. Heads up gutsy play on the base pass to Smith. 1 ball, no strikes. Rossini at second. Here's a glance. Way outside. They'll change up action now. 2 balls and no strikes. Number 1 was ultra important right there. That could have easily either been a base hit in the hole or not handled by Nicholas. Very big out there. 2-0. Right down Broadway with a fastball. Kyle Pitts is on deck for Waynesboro. 2-1 for Mokry. Hot foul, third base side, out of play. 2-2.
Thanks, your assistance in retrieving those foul balls are appreciated. In return, the concession stand for a free freezer bar, compliments of Sleepovers Company.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He's bent over at the waist, has a sign he likes. Comes set, and he deals. Hit hard and into right field for a base hit. Sikowski juggles it out there, and the runner from third will score on the play. Throw to second is right on target, though, and nailed at second base for out number 2. So run scores on the play. Bennett Krupp tried to scamper on around to second, and Sikowski, once he gathered it in, to exceed the second base and go him down. 6-2 now. Here comes Pitts now. And missed. Good sweeping breaking ball. Kevin Krupp's making some plays. He didn't want to get thrown out on the base pass.
3 of the 4 hits for the General so far in the 7 or 3 singles.
Right side, 0-2.
Scored a run. Stolen base. Productive night for the catcher.
If you see him, just to watch him run on the bases, you figure, okay, he's a middle infielder, plenty of center field. 2 pitch. Curve stayed up high, 1-2. If the kids in the ballpark tonight are in a death race for these foul balls to turn them into a freezing time.
Okay. Spots picked out along the upper rim of the bleachers.
1-2 is foul, right side on the ground. 1 ball and 2 strikes. 1 run in for Waynesboro. It's a 6-2 game now. Cutting into the deficit with a few swings left. Lines and deals. foul right off the end of the bat. But remaining 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Number.
Left-hander in the Turks, James Yemba. He's lefty. 1-2 pitch, way outside.
I haven't seen him in a while.
No?
He did struggle a little bit, and that would be why. Rough starts. Find some out of the bullpen potentially.
2-2 breaking ball stayed up high, 3-2. Good at bat for hits. Chase Hamilton with the 3-2, little throw out to right field, and that'll get by Tchaikovsky out into right center. Nice little pop off the end of the bat. That had a lot of jump to it for being that off the end. Good strong hands there. That ball gets up the alley.
Second hit for Pitts tonight too, so Pitts and Krug. 5 of the 6 hits, excuse me, for
Throw. For the clutch hit here, they could be back to within 3. Chase Hamilton, the hitter.
Chris Hamilton is the only home run here this season, correct?
I believe you're right. Yeah, he was
Only one that was called fair.
Yeah, I think it was leadoff.
I mean, it's the only one I've seen, unless the game's. Yeah, he was leadoff that night. Yeah.
Well, Christopher Barr hit one for us, obviously. Yeah, I think it was Chase Hamilton who hit one out. Because they're on the mound, about to get broken up.
How about Aguila going on?
There's some poor dancers here, I'll tell you. Look at that bat here. Hopefully get his chance to handle Hamilton. Ziemba, the lefty out there, will probably be a better matchup against Hamilton, but he's just had such control issues that you got to stick with a more sure thing. Fastball just missed down low, 1 ball, no strikes.
No longer throwing.
Mokry deals the 1-0. Foul, third base side out play. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hitters are making more contact. That means they're trying to pick it up with what Mokry's doing. Still sitting on 4 strikeouts and no walks. You can certainly see where a walk in any of these innings would really put gasoline on the fire for the Generals. Get a couple of doubles in this inning. But have just 1 run to show for it. 1-1 slider sweeps down and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mike Marcinko went back to the infield. Two-one pitch. Foul to the screen. First base side. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Mokry doesn't appear to have lost any velocity. Pretty good little juicer right there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I do think he's shown that changeup 6-7 times tonight.
He did just throw his 100th pitch too.
Because the changeup right here, and he corkscrew Hamilton into the ground. Got Hamilton really amped up looking for this hard stuff. 2-2 pitch. Missed outside. We'll run the fastball and we'll go forward. Hamilton just 132 on the season. He looked pretty darn good when he came in. The night we saw him, I'm shocked by that when you see that. Big spot for him here, though. Draw the Jones closer. 3-2 pitch, run it out towards second base. Jones is up with it. For the first in time. So nice play by Logan Jones for out number 3. And Mercury gets in a little bit of trouble. Waynesboro holds it at just a 1-run uprising for Waynesboro. Handshakes all around. So I think Mercury's work is done. We're going to talk about the other games going on today. I think it's a 1-run game, kind of ball game. 4-4 game, top of the ninth, Stacey Field and Covington. Charlestown and Covington 9-4. 3-2 games. Winchester over the Albany Senators. Up at home, top of the sixth inning. Park in Newmarket Stadium. 3-3, bottom of the fourth.
Last thing falls on most is that game in Covington to go to extra innings. Like that. Is that about a 4-hour ride too?
352. 352. I was driving in my mind real quick. 352. Definitely. Left-hand Richard ball game for Waynesboro. Kevin Doherty, lefty from Virginia. Not a bad place to get pitchers from. Stretch here. I see a little girl singing "Take Me Out to the Ball" in the Queen innings. Atmosphere here.
He would have been a late addition to the squad because he was an active pitcher this year. He only pitched in 10 games. I don't believe he pitched in all these other tournaments. But he was on the active roster, so I'm sure he at least made the trip out to Omaha from Laytonsville, Maryland.
Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a call to the bullpen.
So you know your program is doing well, and you kind of coach the best players in the surrounding states too.
This is only his third appearance in 1 inning, 7 hits and 6 runs, and one of those runs earned 2 walks and 2 strikeouts.
You can be certain of one thing: if he is a pitcher at the University of Virginia, he's not there for the help. I really wish I'm not a University of Virginia fan. I'm a Maryland sports fan. I really wish the Cavaliers would go through this year because they've been so close several times. Their brand of baseball out there is very, very exciting. It's not all about 3-run home runs and all the exciting stuff against mediocre pitching. Their team is based on pitching and defense.
As was Vanderbilt too, just a great all-around baseball championship series.
Breaking ball sweeps in there, catches the outside corner to Eric Kelfleisch. No balls and 1 strike. Lefty-lefty matchup. Kelfleisch is 2 for 3 tonight. 0-1 swung on and missed. And fastball knee-high on the outside corner. Kelfleisch is in an 0-2 hole.
Neither of those teams particularly hot either at the NCAA tournament, but didn't win their conferences, but they made the run.
Big curve hit hard and foul on the right field line. These are good at-bats for Kelfleisch because of this lefty-lefty matchup. So much of how he's looked at as a pro prospect would be about what he does against lefties. I know he can hit righties. 0-2, chopped right up the middle and stabbed Doherty before the first to retire Kelfleisch. Had eyes for center field if it could get by the glove of Doherty.
Next up for the Turks is the right fielder.
Here comes Chikowski now. Luke is 1 for 3. One of the many Wake Forest Demon Deacons who've made their way to Harrisonburg the last 4 or 5 years. We've had some good ones, hitters, pitchers, fielders. Fastball swung on and missed. 2 balls and 1 strike. Oh, he looks pretty snappy right about now.
Healthy cut there too.
Yes.
Bringing some fire. Pitcher's not in the batter's spot.
The pitch. Hit hard down to a third, taking on 3 hops. The first is in time. Kyle Pitts. And the throw for Waynesboro.
Now back at the third base.
2 up, 2 down. Here comes Brandon Gold. Bottom of the 8th inning. Bottom out of 7. We're in the zeros together. It's the goal. It's chopped down toward third again. Funny hop. Throw to first is in time. Great play down there at third base by Kyle Pitts.
It's 3 up, 3 down.
Lowest play is first.
Bottom of the 7th.
Pitts gets to
62. As we have
3. Good relief pitching by Kevin Ward. Now we're headed to the top of the 8th inning. 16 Harrison Ward.
Charlie's. He's up 2 wins. First number is 385909. 385909.
Marcinko, Travis Moraine, and Cole Gruber against the big lefty out of the Turks pen from Duke University, James Zimba. Zimba deals way outside for a ball.
His 6th appearance on the season, 4 of which were, 4 of which were starting capacity.
Now back to the screen, 1-1.
He has not thrown since June 24th, so if you do the math, 20 days he's not pitched in a game. Struggled around 8.85 ERA, 0-3, 13 strikeouts to go with 13 walks and 26 hits.
And the play for the low, 2 balls and 1 strike, really been a lot of balls. Got him out of a good rhythm. Long drive out to the left center, takes down for a base hit. Big turn at first base. Marcinko retreats back. Leadoff hit for Mike Marcinko. He's 1 for 3 now. Comes Travis Moraine. You're going to have a pinch hitter here for Moraine.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention for Waynesboro. 12, Tyler Morris.
Yeah. 17, Steve Polkoff. Actually, no, it says 12. Excuse me. Digital camera, got me again. Tyler Morris from Millersville University, 12. Right-hand swinger. This pitch is high for the ball.
Kimba, lefty from Hillsboro, New Jersey. Duke, as you said.
Down and in for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. I believe that's Logan Honor throwing the Turks pen.
Nice little tidbit. His cousin, Jamie Stark, attends Duke and is a manager for the men's basketball team. So the JMU men's basketball team manager here. Like little things like that. Of course, Duke has 2 full scholarship managers. So they're endowment there, what Coach K's done.
Next person is down and in. 3 balls and no strikes. And for Ziemba, it's all about Ziemba. It's not so much about the hitters at all. It's just not throwing enough strikes to be successful. He's got a pretty nice fastball. 3-0 pitch. Low for a ball. So a 4-pitch walk, and now the Generals are in business. Runners at first and second. Daniel Nichols heads over from first base.
You'd really like to see him get out of this. Really nice kid, good kid. Just want to see him figure it out, too, of course. An Eagle Scout, graduated summa cum laude from high school. Vice President of the National Honor Society, National Merit Scholarship Program, Science National Honor Society, the list of awards. He's not at Duke for no reason.
Easy to root for.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the thing, we saw him pitch at Waynesboro, at Stanton earlier this year, and he was in the strike zone, and he throws strikes. He can do something.
And of course, I believe he pitched in that game at Stanton early on, where they, was it like 3 or 5 double play lineouts to the first base. I believe he pitched in that game.
He threw really well in that game, too. Here's Cole Gruber now. Strike 1, very important thing to get. Low and inside for ball rate. 1 ball and no strikes. First and second. Nobody out for the Generals. Base hit and a walk. On the outside corner, 1 ball and 1 strike. Cinco is second. Tyler Forrest at first. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ziemba deals. Low and gets away from Materia. Both runners will move up. So now runners at second and third. Nobody out in a 2-1 count. 6-2 ball game, 4-run lead for the Turks. Boy, this is really big time when the Generals got 1 run there in the 7th. Getting the runner Krupp thrown out at second in the middle of that rally. That could have easily been a 3-run rally. Now it looks like the Turks are going to need every little out here the rest of the way. Fastball low for a ball, 3-1. Gruber and McClellan on deck. Really the guy you're trying to avoid. You're not going to be able to miss him here. Three-one to Gruber. Swung on and missed. Good fastball there. 3-2.
It's a long delivery in terms of, he's a tall kid, really long arms, and really comes around on that ball. I'm trying to think of a better way to describe it. Just not real deliberate, just kind of takes his time. And
3-2 pitch. Low for a ball, and bases are loaded.
Imagine it'll be a short type film right here. See Coach King step out.
Tulia is going to head out to the plate, and Tulia will head out to the mound.
For Coach Weiss's orders,
Yes.
Baseball gamesmanship going on.
Yeah, manage is a verb. Thomas probably had about 22 warm-up pitches out there in the bullpen. He's almost certainly ready. So material.
Imagine as Matulia makes a slow walk back to the plate. Coach Kuhn walks out and just on point. There you go.
Well, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, Ziemba has thrown 2 strikes the entire inning.
One was a single. Like I said, though, Ziemba's, he's a kid you root for too. I see him out here after every game, picking up the bases, picking up the boosters. He's just a good kid.
Working through as a hitter or as a pitcher, working through these periods where you're just beating yourself, and that's baseball. It's difficult. as a hitter when you feel like you're swinging through pitches or you're just not seeing pitches, whatever. And towards the end, they're just not throwing to the target well enough to be successful. And it doesn't matter whether it's 95 miles an hour at that point because you got the hitters that they're not going to bail you out when you're struggling. So the bases are loaded for the Generals and Logan Onda. Coming out of the Turks bullpen, nobody out. And the tying run is standing at the plate.
Right-hander from University of Tennessee, San Antonio, number 3, Logan.
Big lead over and out here. Now, Onda's been coming into sticky spots all year. Did a great job for Harrisonburg here last summer, and followed it up with another solid season for UT San Antonio.
Double play statement, double play is the pitcher's best friend. It's a valuable statement at the time. With creative value.
Yeah, you would certainly trade 2 outs for a run. And the Generals would be glad to trade an out for 2 runs. The flip side of that. 2 runs on 7 hits for Waynesboro, 6 runs on 9 hits for the Turks. No miscues for either club. Harrisonburg really hasn't scored at all since the 4th inning. Good relief pitching for the Generals to keep it nice and close. Kevin Doherty is in there now, but Rick and Cree did a nice job out of the pen as well. So Michael McClellan, leading home run and RBI man for the Generals. Getting a chance to really put that clap of thunder on this rally. Good speed on the bases for Waynesboro. Marcinko, Forrest, and Gruber on the bases, third and first.
On the 9th appearance of the season, all in relief. 0.96 ERA, 18.28 2/3 innings pitched. 3-1 runs. Some good numbers out of the pen. 17-6 strikeout to walk ratio. Last year being July 10th against Stanton. But a long layoff between that appearance and the other one. The previous was June 28th. A 12-day layoff for him too. Of course, All-Star break mixed in there, but still 12 days is a long time. But in his last appearance, 2 innings against the Stanton Braves, July 10th. Turks lost 6-1. He allowed 1 hit.
Mosley, tonight's starter, also got to pitch to his college battle in Oklahoma. Same situation with Honda here.
I wonder how much of that does go into Coach Weiss's decision on who to start a catcher and who to bring in relief to. I'm sure it has some weight. I'm not sure it's not 100%.
There's a reason you bring pitcher-catcher tandems together. First pitch from Honda. Swung on and missed on a fastball.
Key to get that first strike there so you're not having to work from behind and overthink things, realizing you kind of throw strikes and lay one down the middle of the plate or just mentally throw a ball.
You know how I feel about strike 1. It's all important. Slider checked his swing, did not go around. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ended up a little low and outside. This is where Matulia's really got to lock it down behind the plate. Honda's got some nice pitches that finish low and at ground level to get guys out sometimes.
And Honda celebrates his 21st birthday tomorrow.
1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed on a fastball. McClellan a little tardy on that one. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Nice little pre-birthday present.
Welcome to the game. The bases are loaded. No one's out. Happy birthday. 1 ball and 2 strikes. McClellan back in there now. Honda shakes off Matulia once. And again, time is called. McClellan had seen enough of that. He said, no, I'm feeling a little out of sorts. Let me step out here. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Honda kicks and deals way outside this time. 2-2.
Slider's almost got too much snap on it, thrown it twice, and needs to start it more over the plate. But just well outside on both of them.
2-2 pitch. Top foul, back out of play. Good running fastball. Got a little bit in on McClellan's cut.
I think it was a good pitch for the film to hit. Kind of a little jump after that, too. I think he knew he had one to hit a little middle in. Potentially right into the wheelhouse.
It's another spot where McClellan late on a swing early in this at-bat. I think Honda could probably go off speed, change up or something, but you got to count on Matulia to handle it if it's in the dirt. Honda steps off briefly, now back up on the rubber. 2 balls, 2 strikes. On the deals. Swung on, foul right there at the plate, just under Matulia. Good job by McClellan to get a toothpick worth of wood on it.
When you see Matulia come up with, I think it was a ball he could have caught for out tip, but we don't know how much it moved as well. We're up here in the booth as he's down there.
In fact, what you can hang on to and what you can't, it's about as random as it gets with the catchers. To see that happens in a blink of an eye is an understatement. 2-2 pitch again. Slider swung on and he went around. Great slider. McClellan really didn't get a read on that. He was fluid all the way. Big out for out number 1.
Strikeout's the pitcher's best friend. Now we can get a double play. We have 2 best friends tonight.
Here comes Rossini now. He smoked a double to center field his last time up. Fastball, foul straight back. A little piece of it. And Matulia wasn't sure. It went back to the backstop. Matulia came running after it as if it hit nothing, but you could hear the tick of the bat. It was a foul ball.
Umpire didn't signal anything either until I guess it was a foul.
2 balls and 1 strike. Rossini back in there. On the deals. Way outside. A little bit low as well. 1 ball, 1 strike. Once again, Rossini represents the tie run at the plate. One pitch. On wrist. Rossini definitely going for the big scoop of the cut there. Hard breaking ball, down and in. The lefties always seem to be better at digging those down and in pitches out. Just came up thankfully on a big cut. 1-2. On the deals. Lowe gets away from Matulia on the kickoff third base side, and a run will score as both runners move up second and third, and now 6-3 Turks.
That one will go on Zambo's numbers. His book's still not closed because he's responsible for the 2 runners on base and Rain and Gruber.
Rossini on the season, 250 just for a pass.
It is a safe situation for Onda.
2-2 pitch, grounded out towards second base. Throw to first is in time, trading out for a run, and it's 6-4.
The unique safe situation opportunities for pitchers, because of course when they enter the beginning of an inning, it has to be a 3-run lead or less, but it also counts as a safe situation if the tying run is in the hole, and it's a 6-1 game, which means the tying run is in the hole in the 5th batter. So Onda stays in the game and gets these 2 outs. Finishes these 2 innings. It will be a save for Onda.
2 outs now. Grounded out towards shortstop. Very first pitch. Smith is up with it, juggles. Throw to first is in time. Onda gives up a couple of runs without the ball leaving the infield. Really does as good a job as you can expect there. Just 2 runs for Waynesboro. Unable to deliver the big hit that could have possibly tied the ball game. 6-4. Headed for the bottom of the 8th. Turks will be looking for a little taste of insurance, see if they can get a tight ball game here. Also on
social media this summer through Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And fans, if you're interested in showing your spirit for Turks baseball and be willing to feed the team a post-game meal, please see Teresa or Reese before you leave the game tonight. You can either provide the meal or just donate money. Your support is greatly appreciated.
Standing right here.
And the land is tall, and the moon is the old, I will see. Go out, be afraid, go out. Stay home, if you stand by. So darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Time of orders. States will be for the Generals.
Baker's on deck circle. It's a bit double.
Batting for the Turks, the catcher, Number 2.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Mitchell Matulia, Logan Jones, and Thomas Smith are due. You see Jesse Baker in the on-deck circle for Jones. It's the Matulia in there for a strike. Nice little bender from Kevin Gardy. Oh, 1 pitch to Matulia. Strike 2 on the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. This pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 6-4 Turks. 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th for the Generals. Have tightened this one up. 6-4. Whole different kind of ball game. 6-4 versus 6-2 or 6-1. This pitch is low. 1 hops, the catcher skips out of there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Doherty trying to invent something nasty there on the fly. With the bases empty, you'll often see guys overthrow or try and get some mustard on one. 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. I'll have to throw down first or third, the strikeout of Matulia. And Jesse Baker will pinch hit for Logan Jones.
I mean, he's allowed to enter the game.
He's not in yet. Oh, okay.
That's one of the weird rules about baseball. Once their name's announced, they're considered in the lineup, too. I know that's more of a Major League Baseball thing. That's to prevent the whole game with bringing relievers and lefty-lefty and righty-righty matchups, switching who's me on deck circle and all that.
Texas San Antonio, number 4, Jesse Baker.
I think you're either in or you're not in. If your name is announced, but you don't see a pitch in the batter's box or play an inning in the field or play a pitch in the field, you're not in.
I agree.
Fastball missed up high from Doherty to Baker. Baker still is not hitting for a big number, but he has had some very big hits of late. Extra inning walk-off hits and game-tying hits and things of that variety. 1-0 pitch is high for a ball.
On that note of being in the ballgame, one of the cool things about Harrison Jr.'s consecutive game streak is it's not considered a game played for you unless you've gotten an at-bat. If you didn't get that bat, you got to play 3 outs in the field, and 1 out doesn't do it. For it to count as a game, you got to play 3 outs, or might even be 3 consecutive. I mean, it would be 3 consecutive because once you're out, you're out. Little League is the one that has the
2-0 pitch missed outside.
So 3 outs or an at bat. So you did 2 outs in the field, no at bat, wouldn't count as a game. And continue that whatever consecutive game streak is going on.
Cal's answer to that was, I'll just play all 9. Yeah. I'll just play every inning of every game. How about that? 3-0 pitch is high for a ball. So Baker had to wait to come on, and now you have to wait to see a strike. 4 pitch walk.
It's one of those records that might be more untouchable than DiMaggio's hit streak, in my opinion.
Well, because when you factor in the every inning part, that's what makes it even more special. It's not like there was a bunch of games where he pinch hit and things like that. Now I'll tell you, Joe, a couple seasons ago, I remember we had all the numbers in front of us. Thomas Smith against lefties is a complete mismatch. Smith will hit 400 plus against lefties. In there for a strike, and this is a advantage Smith right here at that. And he is already locked in, hitting the ball hard. Soft toss to first, and Baker is back. 1 out, 1 on, bottom of the 8th. Baker with pretty good speed over there at first. Doherty's got a straight on view at him as a lefty, though. For one. Low for the ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Baker's kind of got a weird lead stance. His hips completely open, facing second base almost. It's got to be a little nerve-wracking for the pitchers.
Well, he's been picked off a couple times this year, too.
Completely open, right foot behind his left foot, leaning towards second base.
1-1 pitch is high for a ball. 2-1. Smith will not help you out. You're going to have to come to him. He's looking to put a good swing on something. Smith is a ball player, and there's just no question about it. He does not have great speed. He does not have great power. There's not one part of his game that's an A+, but there's about 8 parts of his game that are a B, and that's hard to beat. In there for a strike. Couple that with the fact that he can play wherever you want to put him on a given night. Hit wherever in the order. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Thomas Smith. Kevin Doherty looking for a big out here. 2-2 hit hard and foul right off the facing on the Turks dugout there. Goodness, that could have been an eraser for somebody. Got that small opening that goes down into the dugout.
Good thing that stayed low and hit the netting and didn't bounce up, or it wasn't a line drive. I mean, there was no reaction time for that one.
Yeah, he just scalded that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Already comes set, and he deals. Hit out towards center field, going to be playable. Baker goes halfway. Off in center by Chase Hamilton for out number 2. Comes Christopher Barr.
Center fielder Christopher Barr.
Now, this is a tough matchup here. Barr against the lefty that has got a mix of pitches. These two are likely to see each other in the ACC, as will Smith and a whole bunch of ACC guys here. Pitch misses outside. Barr was trying to do that bunt and run once again. Often you're just trying to bring the third baseman in this case Kyle Pitts, create a better hole to hit through between third and short if you're able to poke it that way. 1-0 pitch, low for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Doherty take a little walkabout behind the mound. Joe, did you do your homework? Did you look up Al Rivosky, the Mad Hungarian?
I didn't.
You, sir.
I need to set myself more line.
Where's demerits now? I mean, we're up to the demerit part of the show now. They even spelled Rivosky for you. That's the hard part. The fun part when you look at
I have the note in my bag. You did write it down.
Kick go to first, and Baker is back. You'll thank me. I'm telling you that. These guys, now they think they have personality. They have no. 2-0 pitch there is a strike on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two outs, Jesse Baker at first base. Barr is 0 for 2. Big breaking ball in there for a strike. Great pitch by Doherty. Hadn't shown anything quite that slow yet. Dropped that right on the outside corner. Strike 2. Doherty comes set and deals. Grounded down toward first, and that's the guy for right field. Gobbled up. There to first is good strike on the second baseman. Smothered out there. Tyler Ellis at second base. Gobbled that up. Got to his feet quickly. Low throw handled by Colin Bennett. Outstanding play. Shadow right field and throws out Christopher Barr in a big spot. And for the top of the 9th inning, Turks lead Waynesboro 6-4. Logan Arnold headed back to the hill. We'll take our last in-game break of the night. Back in a minute with more Turks baseball.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Waynesboro Terps are home again tomorrow night as a doubleheader. Terps play those two. Leading off for the Generals is the catcher, Kevin Clark.
Top of the ninth inning. Kevin Krupp, Kyle Pitts, and Chase Hamilton. This is the part of the order that's really done some work here. First pitch from Honda, moves it high and outside. 5 of the 7 hits in the first ones are Krupp and Pitts. Krupp yet to be retired. On the deals. High, a little tight, 2 balls and no strikes. Light rain beginning to fall here at Eagle Field. Cleared out a decent number of folks, and now it's really backed off to something more of a nuisance. 2-0 pitch, chop foul, right into the Waynesboro dugout on the first base side. Handled nicely down there by someone. 2 balls and 1 strike. Shakes off Matulia. That's a sign of rights, and he deals the 2-1. On miss. He said, I want that slider, and here's why. 2-2.
Like we said, going for the rare 6-out save. I don't see that much anymore. Might see a 4-out. Mariano Rivera got a few 4-out saves.
Way outside, breaking ball. Just didn't have the snap to catch that outside corner. And we've gone forward.
For Bruce Suter, we go like three inning saves, right?
Some of those 70s guys, Raleigh Eastwick, guys like that. 3-2 outside, a leadoff walk for Kevin Krupp.
They're good to get a runner on base in the 9th inning. You're only winning by 2. The time comes to the plate every time.
Here comes Pitts now.
Pitts is, again, the production of the 7 and 8 spot. Krupp's been on base all 4 times tonight. Single walk, and Pitts is single fly out double. So reach base, 7 and 8 guys have reach base combined 6 of their 7 plate appearances.
Pinch runner into the ball game for Waynesboro. You can get your numbers. Hard to tell if you don't see the back of the uniform, this digital camera. You just cannot see the number.
Looks like number 8.
No, 8 was Krupp.
So maybe 6 or 9.
On the deals. High for a ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, now at first base running for the Generals, number 6.
6. Dan Neff, Millersville. Another Millersville guy.
There we go. I wouldn't take Krupp out if you there's no way. A little pitch. Grounded down toward first base. Nichols has it. He throws to on the cover. All he do is sacrifice runs. However, you're down 2, not 1. So runner at second base is Neff. Now there's 1 out.
Pinch hitter.
Dre Gleason from Austin P.
University, number 18, Dre Gleason.
Left-hand swinger. Honda comes set, and he deals to Gleason. On this, and Gleason having a healthy cut there. 0-1.
Light rainfall coming down here at Eagle Field. Not too many umbrellas, so it must be very, very light.
On to Gleason. just missed on the outside with a changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike. On this turf, it doesn't take much moisture to begin to see the effects of it. 1 pitch is way outside. There's some trouble with landing spots here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Top of the 9th inning. Turks lead 6-4. Generals have had the momentum here of late scoring runs. Hit hard in the right field for a base hit. Gaskin will take it. Moving up just 90 feet there is Nick. Surprised that Nick wasn't off and running with the hit.
It was actually really good. He did only get the third, but it was actually pretty good base running. It was a hard hit ball by Gleason, almost a line drive, and Neff kind of went back to second base at first. And the reason I say it's smart is because he's not the not the tying run. So his run is important, but there's got to be more behind him. So he needs to be sure he doesn't get picked off on a quick line drive and whatnot.
Another pinch runner goes to first base. It's number 13. Taylor.
Your favorite.
13.
Listed as a pitcher. Get some speed on the base.
All the runners in the basket for this inning. 2 pinch runners and a pinch hitter so far.
Well, you might want to see what will happen if you send Taylor, trying to get Taylor in the scoring position. Good contact guy in Marcinko up here. He's on this game here. It's out in Turk's bullpen. Pitch to Marcinko in there for a strike with a fastball. 2 balls and 1 strike.
General's got a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle if it gets to that point.
That's Horace. Horace came in the game.
Oh, right.
Hot foul and deep down the right field line. Chikowski gives it a look, but it's way out of there. 0-2. While Onda did end up giving up a couple of the runners inherited and relieves Ziemba, the big strikeout is what really helped him in the 8th inning. And then that rally down to just 2. Use it right here. 0-2 to Marcinko on the deals. Rolling outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Good pitcher's pitch there. You can certainly see a guy grounding that out to second base pretty routinely. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marcinko, 300 hitter against Honda, 101 on average pitcher. 1-2 slider, hit out to the right center, another get up the goal. 1 run has scored. And Honda is still up. It's 6-6. And Marcinko comes up huge for the Generals, and the game is tied at 6.
More important when he gets a third base and triple instead of a double with less than 2 outs. Zach Bryan, he's in.
Good rally for Waynesboro. Good hard breaking ball by Honda. Left it out over the plate. A good job by Marcinko to reach out and get it on the outside corner. Shoot it up the gap in right center to tie the game at 6. 5 runs for the Generals here in the 7th, 8th, 9th. And here comes Tyler Orris. Hit hard and foul on the right side on a fastball. No balls and 1 strike. Turks, of course, have the infield in here. Runner at third, just 1 out. Turks had 6 runs through 4, and the Generals have tied this thing up with their late offense. Good breaking ball, stayed high and tight. 1 ball, 1 strike. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. And the deals. Foul straight back to the screen on a fastball. 1-2. Generals have been more of a pitching-oriented team, but here this late offense is a welcome surprise. 1-2 pitch. Chase going off the outside corner there, and Orris is out number 2.
Big strikeout there.
Very good. That'll be a Cole Gruber.
And that includes Generals number 10, Cole Gruber.
Gruber's 0 for 3 on the night. McClellan is on deck. You want to get Gruber. Fastball chopped right back to Onda. Takes it on a big hop for the first time. So Onda ends up straining the runner at third there in that situation. He was up driving for the Generals. They put the 2 on the board that they needed.
One left on base.
The time of game at 6. And once again, the line score has a way of evening itself out there. 6 runs and 9 hits.
I was actually just looking at that right here. I keep runs, hits, errors, and left on base. Generals 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors, and 6 men left on base. And I remember writing down 6-9-0-6 the inning before, but the Terps did have a base runner last time, so their line score is 6 runs, 9 hits, 0 errors, 7 left on base. So.
Well, we've got a pressure cooker here in Harrisonburg. It's a good time to take a look at the other scores around the Valley League. Another game, extra innings. The Lumberjacks, they get a 5-4 win in 10 at home against the Charlestown Cannons. Top of the 8th. And Aldi Winchester is beating Aldi 6-2. Bottom of the 9th at Rebels Park, they are tied 4-4. The Newmarket can put one on the board and win that one if they're able. Top of the 8th inning at Woodstock Central High School, River Bandits hanging on to a 4-3 lead. So anyone who went out to watch a Valley League baseball game tonight, you have seen the kind that we're seeing here. Drama. And the last inning to say, these are all going to be decided here on board this summer. Good action up and down the Valley League. New pitcher into the ball game to Waynesboro, right-hander, number 11, Micah Gorman from the Keydets, the Virginia Military Institute. Harrisonburg has had their fair share of walk-off games. Been on the good side of most of them. And Nichols will lead it off for the Terps. Looks like that little bit of rain has gone. Definitely dropped the temperature 5 or 10 degrees. 6-6 ball game. Bottom of 9. Another broken record statement. Some people pumped down $12. Probably another 12. Popcorn and a soda. Happy movie. And the kids all come here on Monday night. Pumped down 5. And make the rest games of Valley League baseball. Why do they keep doing it? I don't know. Do they really think Nicholas Cage needs another Learjet? Stop it. Actually, he needs to pay the tax. That's it.
Leading off for the Terps on 23, Daniel Nichols.
Here comes Nichols. I would imagine Onda's hitting in the pitcher spot. Pitch to Nichols is low and in. Good looking breaking ball by Gorman, but he missed inside. 1-0 pitch. And that is down and in as well on a fastball. 2 balls and no strikes. On to the righty. Swings left-handed. 2-0 pitch is low for a ball. So we're going to have these 9th inning pitchers given the free tickets. There's a recipe for disaster.
Well, it's walk. It's definitely something the Terps will take here.
3-0 pitch to Nichols. Right hand Broadway for strike 1. I think you better batten down the hatches here. Nichols is going to try and send them all home happy right here. 3-1 pop foul deep down the left field line. 3-2. Now at this point, everyone, you've got to realize we've got a big wide plate, so you better take care of your business and not get rung up looking. 3-2 pitch. A stiff fastball by Gorman. Kind of got it in on the hands. And Nichols a little late on the swing. And he had struck out. Here comes Logan Onda now.
Number 3, Logan Onda.
And we've already had one UT San Antonio Roadrunner pitcher show us that he can hit a little bit. See if Onda is going to show us that it's not a fluke. Fastball, low for a ball. Terps had a situation earlier where the designated hitter got thrown out of the ball game, which means the pitcher has to hit. Foul off third base side.
Honda with 0 plate appearances this past season with the Roadrunners. Again, not a bad looking swing.
1-1 pitch. Had to plate the low. Had a season, I guess it was like 2004 or so, there was a bunch of Turks pitchers who were just chiming on Coach Reese all year. Let us hit, let us hit, let us hit. Line drive foul, third base side. That was a pretty good swing. And I forget what the situation was. The Turks were either up 12-1 or down 12-1 or something. In the top of the 9th inning, he finally decided to shut them all up, sent all 3 of them to the plate. 2-2 pitch, strike 3 ball, good fastball by Gorman. Basically, a run to the inside corner. So 2 up, 2 down by way of strikeout. I remember Grant Hansen was one of them, big 6'6" Grant Hansen and a couple of other pitchers. They didn't go down on 9 pitches. They only took 10. 3 strikeouts. Pitch is low for a ball. 1 ball and no strikes to Eric Kelplace. And I think that was about the last pitcher hits experiment that Coach Reese ventured into. Low for a ball again. 2 balls, no strikes. Kelplace has got the power to get one up and out of here. 2-0 is fouled right there at the plate. Got his front foot on that one. Kelplace will step out tenderly. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't have one of those protectors on his front foot. He's got kind of a wide stance already as a hitter. Nice big target on that front foot with his stance. 2-1 pitch. In there for a ball. 3-1. 3 balls and 1 strike to Eric Kelplace. Hit out to the right center, pretty deep. It's going to get up the alley. 1 big bounce and off the wall. Kelplace has a 2-out double. If you're a general fan, you've got to be a little happy you can get some air under that one because he just tattooed that thing.
We're going to pull that one a little more as well.
Definitely one of the hardest hit balls of the night.
The umpire called it a dead ball doing the ground rule double. I think, is that part of the wall? There's like an extension of the wall kind of in right field here. Black covering on it. I don't know if that's is it behind the wall or is that part of the wall? Was that it? We'll go with that. We'll stop there.
Here comes Tchaikovsky now. Chance to deliver the Turks faithful home happy here if he can. Slider swung on a miss. Great pitch by Gorman. One for 4 for Tchaikovsky. Breaking ball in there for a strike. Good pitch. 0-2. Brandon Golden would be next. Golden's pretty aggressive pitcher. You're certainly looking to cut here. Way outside. Gets away from the catcher. Kelplace keeper on down to third. I know that hit Krupp's glove, but that's certainly got to be a wild pitch.
Yeah.
He got leather on it, but just up in the webbing and missed the target by so much. Krupp had no shot at that.
A little pressure on the defense now too here. Ground ball, they got him in the out or else game-winning run scores too.
And you got a 300 hitter at the plate. He can handle his business. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Actually, 1 for 4 today.
One becomes set. Pops foul. Out of play right side off the big aluminum poles. For sheer entertainment value, that was a great foul ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You can tell when the kids, most of the kids have vacated. A little bit of rain, a little cooling down. 1-2 pitch outside. 2-2. Tchaikovsky has really done a nice job of laying off pitchers' pitches. I hope that thing continues for him this summer and into his Wake Forest season. That'll get you nice spots to hit him. 2-2 pitch, flared foul back behind us. 2-2, 2 outs. Winning run, 90 feet away. As he takes the lead, it's actually less than that, Joe. 81 feet away.
Trying to get the pitcher to balk there, too.
2-2 pitch is high for a ball. Truck did a good job of trying to frame that down to the upper part of the zone. And it's a full count.
Pitcher being a righty and facing third base, Cowflash is kind of doing some dancing over there on third base, trying to maybe get him to balk or.
3-2 pitch. Hopped up a mile high down the right field line. And caught just in foul territory. Good job of talk there. Tyler Harris makes the catch. The runner was in foul territory. Extra baseball. First lead the lead on third. Good pitching by Michael Groner. Will step back for another game break after all. Back in a minute, 10th inning.
Leading off for the Generals, number 25, Michael McClellan.
Top of the 10th inning, Michael McClellan will lead it off as the rain has just begun to fall again. Does not look too pleasant. Picked up pretty good there quickly. The ball's on one strike. Foul off the right side. Right back. 32. Yes, well, actually, it's 1-1.
I'm not here, buddy.
First pitch missed that side. 1-1 pitch from Honda. Big curve, stayed up and in. 2 balls and 1 strike. Fire swung around and missed. McClellan made his mind up. He was swinging it down whenever it went. Just aggressive with the cut there. 2 balls and 2 strikes. McClellan, Rossini, and Bennett do here in the 10th for the Generals. Third foul again. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
As we said, Onda's pitched out of relief in all 9 appearances so far. He's only gone more than 3 innings twice. 6 innings and 3 1/3.
2-2 slider missed outside. We're going full again. Honda normally does not go this deep in counts. But he hasn't pitched in a while, as you mentioned. 2-2 pitch. Miss. Actually, throw a little cut fastball and go along with the slider because that's just got just a touch of late movement. Seems to be moving where your guys think they have it barreled up, and it's out there by the end of the bat.
Now batting
Just
number
a
16,
little
Peter Rossini.
4 or 5 inch movement as opposed to the 8 or 9 inch sweep of the slider. Big strikeout. Comes Rossini with 1 out. Swung and missed. I think when the rain comes, guys are thinking about, okay, I want to be the guy that
Pleases the fans.
yeah, well, not the visitor. He won't please the fans, but you want to be the guy that puts one out of here. Slider down and in.
It is coming down a little harder now, too. I was planning on, you're going to eat much for dinner. I was banking on the post-game meal, and then we go to extra innings. I had to go buy myself a little snack. Pulled me over. Who knows how long we'll be here now. Of course, with the rain, I'm sure we'll be here a while now.
You could have pulled the Spicoli, order your own pizza, and have it delivered to the classroom.
Sure.
I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about.
A little more modern. You can go Ellen DeGeneres, right? Get the pizza at the Oscars.
Yeah, well, she pulled the Spicoli.
All right, get hold of it.
Well, the dude comes in and says, "Hey, who's got the pepperoni and sausage?" Yo, dude, over here. 1-2 pitch. And this. Rossini had no intentions of amending the swing there. That was one mighty cut after another.
One out here, buddy.
And here comes Colin Bennett.
Now batting number
6-6
30,
ball
Colin
game.
Bennett.
Turks led 6-1, and the Generals kept chopping wood.
That score and comeback sound familiar?
Yes,
Extra
it does.
innings?
Certainly does. Swung right, and now kicked into the glove. Ronda's finding his rhythm now. 2 balls and 1 strike. You can see it's getting a little wet out there, Logan. Shaking that right hand, get the wetness off. Fastball. Pops the outside corner. 4 balls and 2 strikes. Boone Oakley had a side strikeout inning earlier in the ball game. Let's see if Logan Honda can make that happen. He does share birthdays with Matt Reese tomorrow, as you mentioned.
Might get there at this point.
Honda stretching out twice.
Logan Allen strikes out the side.
Bottom of the 10th inning.
There's no left on base. We're still
Turks have another chance to send him home happy. Back in the middle with more Turks baseball. We'll come back, talk about the final scores around the league. A whole bunch of close games. We may not be the only ones next year.
Lead off for the Turks. Number 14, Brandon Gold.
Brandon Gold is going to lead it off for the Turks. Michael Gorman deals, and this one hits Gold. Breaking ball, hit Gold, right between the 1 and the 4. And he's headed down to first base. So.
Second straight inning with a leadoff batter. See if the Turks can put something together here.
This will really be one of the first times of the ball game where it's an absolutely clear bunting situation. And it's rare that you get 10 innings into any game, but a game with the Turks where you haven't had 3 or 4 bunt situations.
Especially when you're pinch hitting Stephen McLean.
Yes, it's good to see Stephen doing some things here.
Hopefully Mom's still listening in.
They're on the West Coast.
Catch the ladies and gentlemen, now pinch hitting for the Turks. Number 7, Stephen
Or
McLean.
maybe she decided, hey, Steve's not going to play. I'm going to pack it into something that I'm very interested in Turks baseball. But here we go. Stephen McLean. Right-hand swinger, of course, from Baylor. Squares around. First pitch is high and tight, as if Stephen didn't have enough bruises all over his body. Now he's got a white border coming down his head. Captain like that over in a little trouble. Brandon Gold at first base. Playing looking to bunt him over. High and tight again, so 2-0. Sometimes you work yourself a count on the way to a sacrifice bunt. And that's going to bring a nice pop-up and quick visit from Kevin Krupp.
Of course, Baker will be the man to get the game-winning RBI if we get to that point. on deck circle pinch hit for Logan Jones in the 8th.
Maybe that's his role. Not necessarily hit for a number like we expected him to, but just come in and get big hit after big hit. 2-0 McLean Squares. Popped up and caught. Right field first base side.
Last thing you want to happen right there.
Yes, popped up out of there and need to catch it about 30 feet up the first baseline. So a failed sacrifice.
For the Turks, number 4, Justin
Baker. 1-0. Righty matchup here. 1-0 Baker. Kind of got up and in there on Baker. No balls and 1 strike to Baker. Fastball in there for a strike. Fell high on another edge. 0-2 to Baker. And missed. Good aggressive pitching there by Gorman. I think he really sensed Baker couldn't get around on his top end. 2 outs and a runner on for Thomas Smith.
For the Turks, number 13, Thomas Smith.
Smith is 1 for 4, a couple of runs scored. Yeah. Fastball high for a ball, 1 ball, no strikes. Cole Gruber in left, pretty shallow. Fastball is high for a ball, 2-0. It really makes that left center gap the place to go. I've seen a lot more balls shoot up the right center gap in this game, though, for some reason. 2-0 pitch is inside, 3-0. Smith can put it on his shoulder at least once here. Fastball right on Broadway, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Smith can find a gap here like he did in his first at-bat to lead off the game for the Turks.
Good hitters count, 3-1 to Thomas Smith. Hit hard and foul right side over top the Waynesboro dugout into the net. Breaking ball by Gorman. Gold at first with average speed, so if you're going to put one up a gap, it's not a given to score. But 3-2 should get a good start. Hit hard out to the second base. Gold is down second, he's going to third. And he's under the third. Good diving attempt there by Forrest. Smith's base knock got through the center. And now with runners at first and third, Waynesboro going to go out and talk it out. King go out there and talk some strategy.
Here we go, runner on third again, winning run at third with 2 outs.
The one thing that is so different with this year's Turks team, these first and third situations, Harrisonburg very adept at getting a runner to run down towards second, get 2/3 and get caught up. Put the pressure on the catcher to throw through, and then have a speedy guy on third. We just have very few speed players this summer, and that play is all but on the back runner if it exists at all. Harrisonburg scored 10 or 11 times last summer in that play because we had 5 or 6 guys that could really run. Christopher Barr here, he's got family in town as he has for the last 4 or 5 days.
His birthday was the other day too, so how would that be? He hit his hit a few days after his birthday, his game-winning hit. On to get the win. Just a few hours shy of his birthday. Lisa McLean's still listening out there in California. Gave us a shout out to his girlfriend Fiona was listening too as well. So got the whole family listening.
There goes the runner. Uncontested steal for Smith, and Waynesboro wasn't having it. So Smith is at second base now. You don't need 2 runs, you need 1. So the generals are like, oh, let me take it.
The Does get rid of the force though if there's all deep into the hole somewhere or whatever.
Yeah, and that's relevant because Barr can run a little bit. 1-0 pitch. This isn't a bad matchup for Barr, really. He's had more trouble with the off-speed guys. You really slow it down. Gorman kind of wants to come after you fastball slider style. 1-1 pitch. Yeah. Looking ball is in there for a strike. I didn't like that one. Nothing one that caught that one with a nice frame job. I think it was a strike either way.
I thought it was a strike to me, but
I thought it was
all the umpires and the fans didn't think so.
I thought it was a strike. 1-2 now to Christopher Barr. After the ball, 2-2. Good fastball there by Gorman. And a good 1-2 pitch. You're not going to do much with that to get yourself out. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Bottom of 10. Deals. Fouled off left side. Good here and a good cut. 2-2. Turks were 7-6 winners the last time here at Eagle Field. 7 unanswered runs. Can we win 7-6 again is the question. 2-2. Gorman deals. Big curve way outside. Got by Barr. 3-2. I don't think Gorman is one to mess around. I think he's coming after him. He's got the skills to come after him. 3-2 pitch, pop foul, third base side again. And Chris's grandmother is here.
She's over there in the corner. I saw her downstairs getting out of the rain. Dad's still behind home plate, and Poncho pacing back and forth.
Give Grandma something to remember. That's your job.
I'm guessing they came because it was birthday weekend, like we said. See some baseball and celebrate his birthday.
3-2 to Christopher Barr. Michael Gorman on in relief. Big curve hit, foul, third base side. This is a battle up here. That was a great pitch. That was definitely biting back to that outside corner. Barr had to do something like that. 3-2 again. Gorman deals. Hit high and deep to right field. This ball is really tagged. And off deep on the warning track. Halfway on the warning track. Out number 3. We'll leave it a ride. That's well. Out number 3. 2 runners left on for Harrisonburg. Headed for the top of the 11. 6-6. Turks wins them. See, the one Matulia hit earlier did not look like it would have as much on it as that one did. I thought that was going to be off the wall. Joey Roach behind the plate. Sucks.
Attention, ladies and gentlemen, now catching for the Turks. Number 8. Joey.
You know what's an almost given fact here is that somewhere along the way, Rose would have produced a run.
Yeah. Up on the early night to get home. Training's in a row.
Leading off for the Generals here at the top of the 11th inning.
Top of the 11th inning. And Neff will lead things off. Waynesboro not only have a couple of pinch hitters, but also those pinch runners are kind of deep into their bench. Logan Honda still chucking it. There's a strike on the outside corner. Chucking the fastball, no balls and one strike. Kyle Pitts on deck for the Generals. Slider swung on and missed. Chase going a little low and out there. 0-2. Slider foul back to the screen. A little bit more up in the zone. You can always tell when you're in extra innings here at Eagle Field. They kind of hit the reset button. All 10 innings of line score goes away. Breaking ball foul right there at the plate. Good hang by Neff. Remains 0-2. Neff is set up for the high gas right here. He hasn't seen anything above the belly button really. No balls and 2 strikes. Slider swung on and missed. Joey Roach, the new catcher in the ball game for the Terps, going to line third. Here comes Pitts now. That's a spot there once again, Joe. I know that Neff just struck out there. There's just no way I would have taken Kevin Krupp out of the ball game unless he told me his leg was hurt or something. Fastball missed outside. But when you haven't gotten a guy out, he's staying in the lineup. He can be pretty darn sure of that. 1-0 pitch, pop foul, right side out play, 1 ball, 1 strike.
To the Generals' defense, they're not playing for extra innings. They're playing for the win, and you got to get that tie first. And obviously, whatever formula they did worked too.
We've seen Krupp run the bases like a banshee all night. So how are you going to improve on what he's already done, basically? Slider's doing a great job of starting this fastball on the outside part, or his cut fastball. It's moving away out of the zone by the time the hitter's through his swing. 1-2. He definitely cut it there.
And he definitely had some bite to it. Running away. And he's still got it. He struck outside last inning, right? So that's
he's up to 7.
5 strikeouts in a row.
Well, they haven't even added the one he just got.
Steve Fullicott.
I think he's up to 6 total.
So there's a bright side for Honda, even though he did blow the save. I mean, confidence-wise, he stayed in there and battled back, and hopefully he gets this out of here. He's thrown 2 strong innings after giving up a lead, which sometimes guys mentally fall apart in situations like that.
Next pitch is low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Steve Polikoff. Hawaii to the Shenandoah Valley. That's a pretty good scenic year right there. 1-1 fastball is low. Two balls and 1 strike. Mercifully, the rain stopped a couple minutes ago. Slider swung on and missed, and the under's been incredibly consistent, and Waynesboro has too in chasing that pitch. Outside part of the plate, late break, varying the speed a little bit, a couple miles an hour here and there. 2-2.
There's some bite on that fastball.
Finishing off. 11 of the 11 deep into the bonus baseball here. Daniel Nichols, Logan Honda, and Eric Keltwart. So those are Harville and righty Jack Williamson from Nebraska, Omaha. Teams are piling up the strikeouts. 11 for the Giants, 12 for the Turks. Williamson, a big kid, 6'4", 235, and going into his senior year, an all-star. First pitch to Nichols is outside for a ball. 28 innings pitched, 30 strikeouts, 22 hits, 2.89 on average for Williamson. 1-0 pitch is outside for a ball. 2-0 to Nichols. Pretty good count to turn on one. Hops straight up. Maybe a play. Just does get a few rows back into some empty seats. 2 balls and 1 strike.
It stuck out a little kid there. He kind of lost track of it.
He should be happy it lost track of him.
Yeah.
That's the kind that leaves a deep hole in you. 2 balls and 1 strike to Daniel Nichols. Williamson deals, hit high and deep to right field, tag, and off the base of the wall to second base. Nichols is going to dig it out, and he's just in there. Great job in right field, digging in fast by receive. Ball was absolutely crushed. That's an top spinner that would have been more from the kept in the ballpark.
I think this is a sure bunting situation as well. Get the runners in the third, get less than 2 outs, and the pitchers at the plate.
I bet my farm, my neighbor's farm, and my farm up the road from that.
And that Logan Honda's going to be squaring around even before the pitcher starts his line now. I mean, this is a surefire bunting situation. I mean, we'll see. Yeah. I don't know why you would have him swing away.
There's not much to be gained with it. So booming double by Nichols.
Yeah, here he goes.
And Honda is definitely in a bunting situation.
Squared around before the
Williamson set and one foul on the first base side. Didn't really square around normally.
Didn't look too comfortable there either.
On a weird angle on the bat head,
Yeah.
just to say the least.
Don't have that straight bat head.
No balls and 1 strike. So the UT San Antonio guys have been pressed into hitter duty here tonight, like it or not. On the squares. And did not get the bunt down, but Nichols gets away from the catcher. Nichols is not fleet of foot. He scampers over the third anyway.
Come on, the sack flies for the win here. The UTSA pitchers just going to work.
So it's 0-2 count to Honda. Nichols had kind of a clumsy slide in the third. He's looking a little gimpy there.
Milker got his big hit on the 0-2 count.
Infield in for Waynesboro. Outside for a ball. Honda takes the helmet off, wipes the sweat off his brow, puts it back on. You know, for a pitcher, he is just digging in right now, Jeff.
I was about to say the same thing. You can just tell he's like, I think he might be just antsy, excited.
1-2 pitch. Out to center field, and replayable for the center fielder. And here comes the center play. There's Logan Honda. Winning pitching, winning sacrifice fly. Dog pile at first base. How about that? 7-6 to pitch walk off again. Even was going to run through a brick wall, even if that throw was on line. We were going to test that Valley League collision rule, because he was a torpedo coming from third.
So if he's going to have a nice phone call with the UTSA manager tomorrow. Hey, good production from your pitcher yesterday, but not on the mound. And now.
Absolutely. Boone Milker had a great start here tonight. And really the bullpen gave it up. Honda ends up getting the win, and the win with the bat. 7-6, 7 runs on 12 hits for the Turks, 6 runs on 9 hits for Waynesboro. So, Joe, some of the most important numbers in this game for both teams, no errors.
Yeah,
And think of all the innings where one error would have lost the game for either of these teams.
yeah. All we harped on earlier this season was how pitiful the defense
It was
was.
unbelievable.
They might, when we looked at the halfway numbers and we were like, they're going to kill their record of number of errors. All these zeros they put on the board might not be as bad as we first intended or first thought it would be.
I don't know. I do not know about that. The Turks have surpassed last year's error total about 17 games in. It was god awful. So Harrisonburg Jets will win another up and down emotional roller coaster kind of game.
It's a birthday present for Honda too, right?
Yep, and an hour before the birthday.
First pitch will be at 6 o'clock.
Turks have a little
That's also public service recognition night tomorrow.
third base side, Waynesboro doing the same in shallow right field. Definitely a ball game where both teams showed a lot of heart. I think the controversy of getting Rose thrown out really threw the Turks for a loop because the run scoring stopped almost right away. And then Mokri decided, all right, let me put 2 on the pile and see if that's going to be enough for me.
Poor Rose has been all alone for longer than expected the extra inning game. Of course he did. Go home early tonight.
Well, he'll miss the first game of tomorrow's doubleheader. I'm kind of torn as to whether we should bring someone up here known as a doubleheader tomorrow, and this one just went extras.
Your call.
So my call, go ahead and fetch somebody, kid.
Let's do it.
All right, we'll step out for a quick break. We'll be back with the Lowe's post-game show. And Coach Weiss or Honda or some interesting guest will be joining us here on the post-game show. I'll leave that up to Joe to have some fun with. Turks led 6-1. The Generals came back to tie it at 6 with some real scrappy hitting. And the Turks won it extra inning, 7-6. Back in here with the Lowe's And welcome back to the Lowe's post-game show. And another crazy night here at Eagle Field, a 7-6 Turks win. And it started out with Boone Mokry on the mound, really doing a heck of a job, throwing the baseball, and that's what Boone Mokry does. But Boone, doggone it if you didn't have to grab that piece of wood tonight.
Dude, that was the funnest thing I've done in a while. I mean, it's been probably since my senior year of high school, before my Tommy John surgery, since I've even picked up a bat. And I mean, to go up there and see live pitching, it was definitely different. But I mean, I just went up there and was like, I'm just going to see it and hit it, I guess.
Yeah, see it, hit it, and really, big double to left field that played it a couple runs. And, to see you out there at second base, you were a little bit excited.
Oh, yeah. I think I got the emotions get the best of me, of course. I mean, I went out there and I jumped off the base and threw my hands up. I couldn't believe it. And everyone was yelling and everything, so it was definitely a lot of fun.
Well, your college teammate, Logan Honda, he ends up being the guy that not only did a great job pitching like you guys are supposed to do to
walk off.
He ends up with the bat in his hands because of a crazy circumstance and gets the sac fly walk off. So UT San Antonio hitters represent.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to tell Coach Lawler and then maybe we need to get some at bats in for next season. You never know. Maybe they see this.
Now, as far as on the hill, this is one of your best starts of the year. Waynesboro made their comeback and sent this game to extra innings and all that, but that doesn't take away the fact that you had it working, and really good to see you here on the back end. You're kind of finding your stroke.
Definitely. I know the last start I had in Winchester, I had a lot of problems trying to find my slider and my changeup. So when I was there, it was a lot of fastballs. The good thing that game we had 10 runs, but yeah, this game I came out and I've been working on stuff all week, trying to work on my slider and my changeup, and it came out and both of them were looking really nice tonight for me. So.
Is it help having Mitchell back there to catch for you some?
Definitely. I mean, he's caught me all through UTSA and everything, so he knows what I want to do, and it's kind of fun because he calls kind of a unique game. I had a lot of 2-0s that he called sliders, and he knew that I was struggling with the fastball at the time, and he knew I was throwing for strike, so he would call it for me. I'd throw it down the middle and would look at it.
Yeah, I noticed you were feeling confident with the slider. When you see it on 2-0, you know a guy's feeling good about it. So that's the easiest way to figure out what pitch is working for someone is what they throw on 2-0, 3-1.
Definitely, yes.
And I think that for the UT San Antonio guys, every summer seems to be a little different, but the Roadrunners have really come up big here, summer after summer. And I think your school and the Harrisonburg Turks are a very good fit because you guys get to come up here, play a lot, and play intense ball games like this.
Definitely. I know we definitely enjoy it. Like I said, we look forward to coming here. Like the season wasn't even over, and us four were just talking about how much fun we're going to have and being able to play here together and everything. And it's definitely been a blast, and it's coming down to an end, but we're going to try to make the best of it. So
yeah, there's still plenty of ball games left, and I think the club's had some issues with just bad luck, ticky-tack injuries here and there with some guys, but I think that just rallying and pulling out games like this really builds the camaraderie with the group.
Definitely. I feel like every home game we've had, we somehow fight and find a way to win it. I mean, on to definitely going out there and hitting a walk-off that's really big, and I know his birthday's tomorrow.
Isn't that, yeah.
So he's definitely proud about that, and I think we're going to have a lot of fun while we're here. So
tonight was one of those great examples that when the first pitch is thrown in a ball game, you have no idea what's about to happen in the next couple of hours.
No, never. I mean, yeah, I don't know if he tried to steal a win from me, but I know the ninth inning he went out there, but then after that inning, man, that's the way he's always been all year. I mean, he had, I think, 7 strikeouts in a row.
Yeah, he had it working there, and I think that when you see where his slider is working and that little cut fastball he's got, and there's a slight difference between them, the hitters don't always pick it up. They're usually done before they realize that was something different that they just missed.
Definitely. He was definitely feeling it. That's the way he's been all year, though, and he's going to continue to be that way, and he's been working on a lot of stuff, and he's going to be really, really good next year. I just know it. So
yeah, I think that year after year, the Roadrunners have really passed the baton to each other pretty well as far as player development-wise.
Definitely. I know since I'm from San Antonio, UTSA, whenever I was in high school, was kind of down in the dumps, and I mean, but then it was moving up to conferences, and then this past year was kind of a really big year. The year before was a really big year, and this next year is supposed to be even bigger for us. And you're
talking about 4 straight years of big game experience all along the line for your school.
Definitely. Moving conferences, how we're doing, and losing in the championship game last year in Conference USA was a huge accomplishment, and hopefully this year we can move on past that and get even further this year. So.
Well, nice night on the mound and in the batter's box tonight, Boone Mokri.
Yep, definitely. Maybe Bob will give me some more at bats. You never know.
Well, let's not get crazy. He's got his way of managing
Oh, I know.
that. So, I want to appreciate you joining us here on the Lowe's post game show, and tell Logan happy birthday. Good job with the stick as well.
Will. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Boone.
Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Okay, good game then.
Thank you, Coach Reese, for joining us now. And we just seem to have one crazy game after another here at Eagle Field. And Coach, at some point, you guys don't have to win 7-6 all the time.
No, I tell you, it gets a little hectic here at Harrisonburg every now and then. We even had a mix-up on the lineup tonight. What happened, the lineup was made, and then I changed the DH and the third baseman. And the pen that I used went through the first 2 pages. The one that I put up in the dugout was right, and the one that I gave to the scorers up here was right. But the carbon copy 3 and 4 did not go through. So it looked like the guy playing third base is supposed to be DH. And when he gets thrown out of the ball game in the 4th inning, that's when it comes to a head. I go to put a third baseman in. I don't even know that it didn't go through the 3rd and 4th papers. And all of a sudden, we got a problem. So what ends up happening, I think they're wrong, but I don't know. I got to check the rule book tomorrow and see, and I got to call Major League Baseball. I think when the DH just gets thrown out like that, you can substitute another player, or the third baseman. You can just put another third baseman in, because I'm not sure about this, but I think the official lineup is the one that is announced over the intercom. Am I right or am I wrong?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but I'm going to find out. And of course, Nathan didn't want to hear any of it. He wanted to set his own rules, who was going to hit, and all this other stuff. So, I'm going to have to find out tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe he's right. I don't know. But I will find out tomorrow.
Well, the fact that Rose played 3 innings of defense is a good indication that he's not the designated hitter.
Well, I would think so. And I kept telling the umpire, I said, it did not go through. We made a change. It did not go through the 3rd and the 4th carbon copies. I said, all you got to do is go up to the scorer and look at the lineup that we gave to the announcer, and you'll see what happened. The carbon copy did not go through.
Yeah, and it's entered in here, it's written down here, they have the original over there.
You have it, right?
Yeah, it's a copy, a copy of their original.
No, he would not listen to me at all, and which he never does. Nathan, and I've had problems over the years. He just won't listen. I try to explain. I thought I was right, but maybe I wasn't. I don't know. I know you don't change the lineup at all. But Boone ended up having to hit in the 4-hole, and with the bases loaded, Boone hits one off the fence.
He made the most of it. Made the most of it. I know he was jacked up, and you were jacked up at that time. That was pretty neat to see the way that circumstance came about, and he hits it. A nice little clap of thunder shot to left.
I was trying to tell him, what had happened. We'd made the lineup out, and then all of a sudden, Brandon Gold said his arm was hurting a little bit, so I made the change. I wrote it down, changed those 2, marked through them. You can see where I marked through them and everything on the first 2, but it did not go through on the 3rd and the 4th copies.
Right.
And that's the one that the umpire gets. He always wants the hard copy, and they always get the 3rd copy. And we had a mess up.
Yeah.
But we came with win. That's all that matters.
Yeah, a good extra inning win. And I think with a doubleheader coming up tomorrow, 14 innings of baseball after a game like this is still a lot. But it's definitely one thing we have to get back to, almost like the beginning of the season, manage those innings.
Well, Stephen McLean is okay now, but I didn't play him tonight, as you noticed. I let him bunt there in the whatever inning it was for Mitch Matula. Steve is a better bunter than Mitch is, and
sure.
I thought maybe he would get it down, move the runner along, but he popped up. He went for a bad pitch. The pitch was up, and he popped it up. But I would do the same thing over again, because Steven is a better bunter than Mitch is. It's just the way it is.
Well, Anda was in a situation where he figured he's going to have to get the bunt down, and then a lot of times you get a guy a little bit wild, you end up with Nichols over to 3rd, even though you didn't get the bunt down. So, right. Things happen where the bunt can send teams into a little bit of wildness, and sometimes that can bite them, and that sets up for Anda to get a nice little swing there. But who do you have ready to go to the Hill tomorrow?
We've got Holloway going the first game, and I think it's
Castellano?
Yeah, Castellanos is going the second game.
Okay. Now, Tyler Brown is not with us any longer?
No, he'll be back next week. He'll be back next week.
All right, and we had our new Turk take the field, Logan Jones. What can you tell us about Logan?
Well, Logan's from a D3 school, Guilford. He was playing down the Carolina League, and he needed a place to play, and we needed another infielder. I didn't know how soon Steven was going to be able to play.
Sure.
So we went and picked him up with a roster spot, and he did a good job tonight, made 3 or 4 plays out there at second. And,
Got a single?
And he got a base hit up the middle, took one down the middle for strike 3. But I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to help us. And,
yeah, and a lot of times you have a player like that he's not used to guys who can be in the upper 80s and 90 miles an hour putting it where they want to put it sometimes. So this is a step up for him, and for him it's a good opportunity.
Yeah, it is, and hopefully it'll work out for him good. He'll have a good year here and a good summer.
Outstanding. Well, thanks for joining us, Coach, and we would like to see a nice little 5-1 Turks kind of baseball type thing. But this team is the cardiac kids.
Well, I tell you, last night, we lost Strasburg 4-2. We had the bases loaded first inning, and Brandon Gold hit a rocket with the bases loaded, and hit a rocket to the shortstop and turned it to double play. In the 4th or the 5th inning, we had the bases loaded again, and Cobb Flash hit a rocket to second base and turned double play and got out of it again. And then in the top of the 7th, we had the bases loaded again, and the right center fielder Barr hit a line shot to second base for another double hit.
Actually, I thought the ball that Barr hit was going to be off the wall there tonight.
I thought it was going out, to be honest.
It was, yeah. It just died at the end.
Yeah, but he's a good ball player, and he's done a good job for us.
Definitely is.
So hopefully we'll come back tomorrow, win a couple against Covington, get right back close to front row. We got them here Friday night, and hopefully we'll take care of them.
Yeah, and speaking of that, let me see what the final score on their game was. They were down by 2 late in the ball game.
Hopefully they lost. So that really tightens it up.
Oh, look at this. Down for maintenance. This doggone point streak.
Come on, man.
How about that?
Okay.
Flat tire.
All right, flat tire. Okay, David.
Thanks for joining us here on the Lowe's Post Game Show, Coach. We'll catch up with you tomorrow, hopefully after a couple of wins.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. 7-6 Turks, just like the last time we were here, but it was a 7 unanswered run comeback last time. So the Turks stretch it out to 19-12, and that sounds a whole lot different than 18-13 to me. And really, we're so close between the 2 through 5 spots, Joe, that a loss for Waynesboro takes them to 18-14. Turks at 19-12. Pretty big swing.
Yeah, especially when you got 2 games tomorrow. That'd be huge to sweep that doubleheader and get 2 quick wins in the standings like that. Obviously, you don't want to lose 2. And as my old baseball coach used to say, splitting doubleheader is like kissing your sister. So let's just.
Well, I wouldn't know. We wouldn't know. I say, Coach, that's between you and your sister.
Yeah. So if we can get it here, get a sweep of the Lumberjacks, and send them on a long ride home with 2 losses. But we'll see about that.
No doubt. It's been a long night here at the ballpark, so we're going to get out of here right now. 5:40 is our start time tomorrow. And after that, we will have a quick break between the games, turn it right around for Game 2. I want to thank all of you for tuning in. Be sure to join us tomorrow at 5:40 for the pregame show. For my partner, Joe Kirkendall, and Bob Weiss, of course, I'm Dave Norman. Have a good night, everybody.
You know what Rod did?
Huh?
You know what Rod did? I just sent his ass home.
What?
You know when I pinched Stephen McLean?
Yeah?
No. Let Matula bunt. He's a good bunter. I said, no, Stephen's a better bunter. So when I put Stephen in,
Yeah.
he